Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh, that's actually better.
Oh, I can read that really good. I like the background.
Yeah, I had to like make some adjust it a little bit. Hi, Kyle. Ooh, got the hiccups. Yeah, Crink, yes you are. So the title was actually Grammy's idea.
White people bingo. That's my favorite thing.
I know. It works. DEI advantages. I need to add that, by the way. What exactly is Black privilege?
Tea advantages and plenty. Wow. We just jumped straight into black privilege. We didn't pass go. We didn't collect 200. We're just deep in it, right?
Right.
Absolutely, Matt.
So what I think what we're gonna do is the first person to actually get bingo will come on the panel and get coins.
There you go. Absolutely.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi. How do we play?
Oh, great. So what we're doing when they come in, as
Uh-huh.
they already have, and they start throwing out the talking points that's on the bingo, as
Oh.
soon as you get a bingo, say so, and we'll gift you on the panel.
Okay, so everyone gets a free.
Yes.
I wish I could print this off. I'm a millennial. I like paper. Where's everyone from?
From California.
Hello. Missouri. Hello.
Oh, Kansas.
Nice.
Yeah. But I'm a Niners fan living in Kansas. So,
I'm a Niners fan.
well, from California. Northern then?
Y- Yeah.
Try living in Kansas being a Niners fan while the Chiefs beat us every single Super
Oh my
Bowl.
gosh.
I actually cried the last time, but no one cared.
Is that Kamoya?
Huh?
How do you pronounce your name?
Oh, it's Kimoya. Like
Oh,
that.
Oh,
Kimoya.
Kimoya.
But usually people just call me KK.
I
Oh,
like Kimoya. That's pretty.
okay. It is
Thank you.
pretty, yes.
You will never find a keychain though with your name on it.
What's your thoughts on the background?
Um, um. Oh, so like basically, if somebody says that to you, you get a point.
Yeah, they like to say it in the comments.
No, I'm gonna lose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have no chance. I'm gonna lose.
I'm probably going to lose as well.
it's all in good fun.
Welcome to. Okay. Mm. My friend will probably.
Some of this is like really. I've never even would never even crossed my mind to say some of these things.
Breeze, what's your thoughts on the background?
Me?
Breeze, underneath it.
I'm sorry, I can't read it, but that's
You say you
and I
can't
was
read
wanting to
it.
play the game.
Black
Oh,
people
I'm
bingo.
sorry. No,
That's
ma'am.
wow.
Unfortunately, that gives you an advantage.
so when they
What do you?
actually type one of those on the chat,
Oh,
Yes,
someone
They're
ma'am.
says
actually gonna
systemic.
call it out.
Okay. So how's
Oh
this
my
game
gosh.
played?
Crink
So in
Marker
the chat,
said,
they're gonna come in and they're gonna type out one of the talking points. It's what they do. And so when they actually say one that's on the bingo card, Silver and I will actually say it out loud. And then
For
once
people
you get a
who
bingo, which you will,
never own,
then you just shout
my
bingo.
people who never own slaves.
Okay.
That's wild.
I know.
So Breezy, are there any of them over there that you've ever used?
God damn. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Only
I can't
one.
read
There's
them. I don't
only one
know.
on the board that I have used.
Like, are you having a hard time seeing it? Would you like me to read some of them to you?
Sure. Give me one. I'll tell you yes or no.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. Let's see. So calling out racism causes racism.
No. Calling out racism causes racism? No, ma'am. Racism is racism. Either you are or you aren't.
Okay.
Racism should always be called out.
So
Exactly.
how do we
What's the next
know
question?
which one's been said and which ones haven't?
Which
Yeah,
ones?
The host
So
and I
when
will
they
pause it.
actually type it, so they're gonna type it in the chat. And when they do, we're
Okay.
actually gonna say it out loud, which one it is as well.
Okay.
I mean, you can be racist against vegetables or animals? That one's
Racist
a
will
weird
say
one.
the most, asinine thing.
So we're waiting for people to type it out. Okay, I got you.
Just one race, the human race.
Yeah, and I'm reading him out for Breeze so he can see him. Because he says
If I invite my friend in here, she's probably going to be a fake racist person.
So my
Trust
question is, what if a colorblind person comes in and says they don't see color?
Oh, there's one. You just said it. Where is it? I just read that one.
It's not easy to be the best racist. Wild.
somebody's got some really bad background noise.
I don't see color. Oop, I have one right there.
Hey, Breezy, would you mute real quick? I think that might be you with the background noise.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes.
it's probably me.
Okay. Yes, it was. I'm sorry, Breezy. If you'll kind of stay muted unless you're going to speak, because you've got a lot of background noise there. Okay. So the next one, Breezy, is you're just playing the victim.
You can unmute now to answer.
Okay. You're just playing the victim. I don't know, man. I look at my daughter playing the victim.
I'm
Let's
sorry.
see.
I'm just reading
Let's see.
some of these. I just cannot. This
I
is
apologize.
too funny,
That
man.
wasn't right. Just play the victim. If a person feels that way, it needs to be answered. At least the questions need to be answered as to why they feel that way. And that's my only answer to that.
Do you believe that the Black community?
Are you saying that the people? Now I've seen it online where people have saying you're just playing the victim,
Yes.
and I think that's wrong without having all the details. But I can't speak much further than that.
Michael C says we are not equal, and that breaks my heart because I feel like he made it. Yeah. Yes, that should be up here too. Which is sad.
So what you said that the details, right? You would need the details if somebody was accused of playing the victim card. What details would satisfy you that somebody wasn't playing the victim card?
Well, the way that it was brought up, like I was in a relationship with this lady that I went to school with from a young age, and there were some things that happened to her that I had no idea. And I didn't find out about it till 5 years into our relationship. And it really Had I known, then I could have, I guess, acted more proper or been more supportive.
Breeze,
It
I
was
don't
just
think
because
you're
of lack of
understanding
knowledge.
the concept of the game.
Oh,
And I was just
okay.
asking
I'm sorry.
questions to kind of get his thoughts on some of these little bubbles to see if we can maybe find some that he uses and stuff. So I know. So it sounds like you're saying a woman you dated had some bad experiences. So is she a victim or is she playing the victim?
She was a victim. It's just I had no idea, so therefore I couldn't relate. And I would say when it comes to races and things like that, it's possibly the same thing. Because there's no way that I could put myself in her shoes, and there's no way I could put myself in a minority's shoes or a black person's shoes. And that's unfortunate. But after I found out and understood, then I could change the way I changed the way that I was more tender and more gave a I don't know what the words I'm looking for. I was softer. As a Marine, it was different. We're not normally like that, unfortunately. But she was the kind of woman that you needed to be soft with because that's who she was.
So
But like I said, if it was a black person's trauma, I never experienced it, just like I never experienced her trauma. But if you understand it and it's explained a little bit better, then maybe people will get on board like they need to be.
It sounds like you really do take in consideration about this woman that you used to date and you feel really bad of what happened between you two. And you're trying to make amends within yourself, which is something a lot of men actually don't do. So I can applaud you on that one.
What's another question on that board?
the next one, political correctness.
Ma'am, I don't know what, I'm sorry, but I don't know what political correctness is. Could you give me like a example, maybe?
Of political correctness, is that kind of like let me make sure I understand this actually, because I've never really talked on this one at all. So you're going to put me on the spot, but I'm okay with that. Is political correctness, so that's kind of like the corporate standard, right? When you say, oh, it's not PC to say these things, or it's not politically correct to speak about topics, right?
What I kind of see is like maybe saying like African American or I don't know, like politically correct, over trying to emphasize that you don't want to call someone by the actual race color. You want to be like making sure you're trying to be politically correct in every verb and wordage that you use is what I read that about, but I might be incorrect about
No, I
that.
think you got it. I think you got it because somebody in the comments said, and thank you for that because I wasn't sure. But saying, like, if you say developmentally disabled instead of the R word, okay, the R slur for that. So, right. So it's using words.
Yeah, you're trying to be too sensitive about the subject, and it also comes off to being more rude because you're trying to be sensitive about the subject.
Yes. It's
It's like
almost along. Oh, go ahead.
it's like you don't want to say black,
Yeah.
so you use another word in replacement of that.
Yeah. You can say white, you can say black. You're just trying to not, like be too sensitive where it comes off that you look like the a-hole. Oh, quiet.
No, actually, I'm looking up the definition just to make sure that and it is. So it's avoiding offense based on demographics, especially race, sex, religion, ideology, sexuality, or social groups. So you're just using a different word. Well, I'm going to be
You're
politically
using
correct.
you think you're using the most political correctness wordage, but it actually comes off to it being more offensive in the long
Okay.
run. Yeah.
Yep. Yes. And honestly, so does that, if I may ask, I may just kind of call myself out here. I used to always say POC instead of Black people or, whatever group I was speaking of. I just constantly said POC because I thought that was the most appropriate inclusive way, and I was using it wrong. And so
Political
I was
correctness would
trying.
also mean the most inclusive way to not hurt anyone's feelings, but in the long run, it actually is not helping the actual person or group that you're talking about.
Okay.
If you want to say something about this or this or this or this, say it. Don't like group it in so that we don't know what is happening or who you're actually talking about. Because then it just, yeah.
And it says that conservatives here, it's a conservative talking point. We have to be PC when we talk about that. So it's making fun of the language that we ask to be more inclusive. So as
Every group
somebody,
wants to be more inclusive. They just want
right,
individually.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for letting us get through that, Breeze. I appreciate that. But do you kind of see what we're saying there? Does that make sense in a disjointed way?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know what it meant.
Yep, perfect.
It sounds like it's just a nice way of saying something, except if you say it nice without trying to offend someone,
It actually comes
then
off
you're
with it.
disingenuous. Is that the?
Yeah, disingenuous.
I'm just asking. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Or you're clumping a whole group of something into another group that you can just literally say this certain group that you're talking about. And it's not offensive if you're talking about a certain group.
So if you're talking about a group of people, is that what you're saying? If you're talking about a group of people in whole, and you say something offensive about that group, is that wrong? Is that what you're saying?
No. It doesn't come off. No, like if
Okay.
you say a certain group and then you say something offensive after being like Black people, and if it's offensive, that's what makes it offensive. But if you,
Okay, I'll
you-
follow.
you can always be offensive no matter what group you're talking about if it comes with a negative context after the actual thing you're talking about. But people just want to be heard. People want to be individual. They don't want to be clumped in. They just want people to say what they are saying, and it doesn't need to be grouped together.
And so it looks like it's pretty much so it like say for example.
You can call me white. You know, Black people want to be called Black. If you're from India, call them Indian. You know, say where they're from. From Middle Eastern, yes. Make it more clear about what you're talking about, the topic. And then, of course, whatever comes after, whatever, say you're calling me, I'm white and I da-da-da-da-da-da, and it was mean, that's when it comes offensive. But not actually calling me a white person is offensive at all.
So let me look. I'm going to kind of use some of the examples from the one that was in the comments. So you guys know that when someone is developmentally slow or developmentally disabled, or something along those lines, there was a word that started with the letter R.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not politically correct. That is actually awful to say about somebody. If you know what their disablement is, say it out loud. If they have autism, just name it out. It doesn't have to be collective into one big group of being mentally disabled. Say what it is, and it is okay to say my child has autism. You don't have to say my child is disabled in the brain. I don't know.
So for Breeze, for your example of the girl that you dated, say because of her situation, she asked you to not use the word that is associated with it, with what was done to her, and she asks you to instead say, you know, like TikTok language, oh, say SA instead of that, the term out, say, soften your language for that. And if you come along and say, oh, I guess I have to be politically correct here and say, because it's, we're all asking for inclusive language. We're all asking for the world not to diminish somebody because they have a disability or not. For yourself as a veteran, for myself as a veteran, when we look at having PTSD, when we look at what's happened to us, politically correct would be to talk about it. And there's this, when you come in and say, oh, I guess I have to be PC so that I don't offend anybody, that's kind of what they're talking about.
I do want to add, if someone specifically says that they do want it to be PC, then you have to completely abide by their comfortness of SA or something like that. If they don't want it to, like, that's just a really different topic. Some people are proud to say that they survived this, but then there are women who are so ashamed. So it also comes down to, like, if you've been in that position, I wouldn't want everyone to know if it came down to. So that's also, you have to be very delicate when it comes to essaying and stuff like that.
And it really just comes down to, in that moment, you've been asked to use a different language that's more inclusive, and you're mocking people that ask for that inclusive language.
Mm-hmm. That was a good one, political correctness.
Hazard Lizard in the comments says, it blows my mind how sensitive the country has become. And I would say that is exactly what we're talking about. That we're so sensitive because we want to be more inclusive. We want to include those who were excluded from society before. Growing up, I was born in the 70s. So right before I was born, and right in that time period of the 70s, if you looked at conditions like even Tourette syndrome, and how everybody makes fun of Tourette syndrome because, they get to say these things out loud. But the reality is that back during that time, people that had Tourette syndrome weren't allowed to go to school. They were advised to keep people like that in facilities. And they weren't allowed to participate in society. And so when we talk about being inclusive and wanting to allow people, who may have these conditions or may have these, types of things, we want them to be able to participate in society, and we would like our language to cooperate with that participation. And mocking that participation in language is where we get into the politically correct.
Yeah, what blows my mind is I watched The Hangover. I'm sure everyone's seen this movie. And they had a saying in there that it was like, you can't call a R word this, and he mispronounced it. And I agree that people think that word is okay and that is great for them. But in my mind, I am so happy that word has become a political correctness word. That is a word that is completely offensive to the wholeness of being mentally disabled. It is, I think, just as much as the word, the F word for gay people. I'm so glad that that's not just being thrown around like that word back in the 90s and 80s. It was just some kind of thing you could just throw around, and that word is very, very offensive to the whole group. So there are words that should definitely still be politically correct. And I think some people don't distinguish against the actual words that should be politically correct and that should not be politically correct, if that makes sense.
Yes. And then so the next one going on, the next one says, I don't care if, or actually, I saw you on mute. If you had a comment you wanted to add before I move on, please do. Please.
No, ma'am, I just didn't want my speaker to interfere. Go ahead and do the next question. I'll come back.
Okay. The next one says, I don't care if you're black, brown, or rainbow colored.
Can I answer? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I do not care. 100%. Is that would be, but if I said something like that, then that would like be an X across through there, or
Yep, we'd get a.
if
So
I
it looks
agreed
like
with
we
it.
got one. It looks like
Can
we
I
got
explain
one.
myself though?
Yeah, let's absolutely dig into it.
Thank you so much for allowing me to do this. Uh, well, I'm a Marine combat veteran. I'm 100% permanent and
Thank you for
total
serving.
disabled.
Yeah.
And I've experienced a lot, been all around the world, and served with so many different people and met so many different cultures. And I do see, I mean, I see the color of a person. I'm not blind, but what I'm saying is when you're in the military, you see shades of green because you have the opportunity to serve, like I said, with so many different people. And I just wasn't raised like that.
So you've never said
And,
that before. So
I'd
but
like
you
to actually talk about the
put,
military
but it
aspect
put
of
an X
this.
on it, so it made me look like I
Yes.
might be a racist.
No. So
You know,
so
that
let's
was my
not.
only thing about that
Yeah.
when a person says they don't see color. They do see color, but they don't take it into, I mean, like a
Right.
child. I don't see a black child or a white child. I see a child. And that's
So
the way most people should look at it.
I'd like to
But
dig into the military with you real quick, because like
go
I said,
ahead.
I too served, and I'm a 100% disabled veteran as well. So thank you for your service.
yeah, you
And
too.
we hear, oh, and thank you for your service, absolutely. So when we look at, especially the Marine Corps, when they talk about we're all just a different shade of green, the reality is that your and my experience as a white member of the military is very different than black soldiers, black Marines, and all of that. It is very different to their community. If we go back in history, and can you mute Breezy? I'm sorry, you've got that noise. Thank you. I appreciate that so much.
I like where you're going, Silver saying yes.
And so we can go back and look at how black military members did not get the GI Bill. They were
Yeah.
denied that GI Bill. We can look even to the Crown Act that was just passed within the last few years to see that the grooming standard, which was considered the most professional military look, was a white standard. And we look at how that standard was applied to our brothers and sisters who served from the black community and how it was disparagingly harmful to their service. We look at the VA setting up now PTSD for our black members of the military because of racism that they may have experienced in the ranks. And so we see these things happening. We see that within the military, that difference in treatment was vastly different. And so while you had the privilege of being able to say, whether it's I don't see color or I don't care if you're black, brown, or rainbow, that's your privilege that you had, and their community lived a very different experience in the military.
Can I say that this is recent, like the 1990s, like they were still not getting, so white men were the ones that were actually getting treatment for PTSD. They're the ones that were getting studied on, only white men. So black men, black women, white women, they weren't subject of testing for PTSD. So they don't know how any other person would react except for a white man. And every situation is different. So I do agree with you don't have to see it, but it's there, and it's fucking sad.
It's a privilege that we have to say. It's a big white privilege.
Not
to
even
say.
white women. It's just white. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can even look further because when we look at what medical racism is, when we look at the
That breaks my
pseudoscience.
heart. I don't want to get in that one.
Yes, the pseudoscience that began after slavery during Jim Crow up until today, that all of our medical books are currently based on and written on today, have a very large disparity. They're all whitewashed. They have the belief that the Black community can take greater amounts of pain than the white community, that they have lower brain function than the white community, that they're more aggressive, that they have thicker skin. And these practices go into play on the battlefield when we are looking at how to treat our service members as they fall in combat. And these practices are harmful to their community. And so we see that same disparity in the VA as well. And so to say that it didn't exist in your military is white privilege. And saying that you don't see, I don't care if you're these colors means I don't care about your lived experience based on your race.
You might have really, really, really good friends that were Black or whatever rainbow that you did talk to, but the whole synopsis of what she's trying to say is, in a whole aspect of the look, it's actually just completely shocking and amazing how just maybe back in 10 years ago they've started studying women's pain and Black people's pain in the military since. It's wild.
Man, maybe the reason I don't see color like that's just because I love people.
But maybe
It might not
no
be
one's
as
talked to you
sadistic as the
about.
way you're making it sound.
Well, no.
That's
I
just
think you
wrong.
have a very, very true heart, and um, I think you say you have a true heart, but have you actually talked to any of your comrades that are a different race about what they went through, or do you care? Have you asked? Have you talked to them? Are they jealous of maybe your experience? Because even though like every Marine and everybody that goes through PTSD, actually it's awful the way that the whole system is corrupt and fucking sucks. But have you actually, if you think your experience has been awful, have you asked about like,
Wait, excuse me. I have to announce something. Um, I farted and it stinks very much.
well, I hope you
Sorry.
smell that and get pink eye.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Make sure it's on your pillow and like just stick your
Thank
face in it.
you. That's
You're
so
welcome.
nice. Thank you.
So,
Oh my
how,
god, you're so nice and respectful. You're my idol.
how
Yes,
old are
yes.
you?
Um, well, you might have to
It
ask the
doesn't
fart.
matter. That was funny.
Yes, but if they're
My
under
comment or his
18.
or her?
Yeah, Amanda's comment was amazing. I think
It
Scar
was.
might be a child though, and I can't drop them.
I mean, I'm 34 and I think farts are really funny, but like this is not
Oh,
about
hi,
this. So
Damien.
What was that? What did you say about fart?
JT Munch just said, I think I smell in the comments.
Bro,
Okay, yeah, he's like 12. I think we need to get him off of here.
No,
Whatever
I'm
you're talking
13.
about.
Even
Oh,
even
okay.
though it doesn't make
Yeah, he's too young.
And let's get back to
I really hope he
we
gets pink eye
lost
though.
Right. I
Yeah.
wanted to sort of add something, right? So, Breeze, I think one thing that you really need to that really needs to be understood is that when people say that they don't see color, obviously they do see color, but they think that they're trying to be inclusive. But what they're actually doing is just shutting down any conversation about race because it makes them uncomfortable. It's like if we're talking about BLM, and then the response to that is all lives matter. It's just that that conversation is uncomfortable. And the thing is that
It's
having
uncomfortable, yeah, in the first
discomfort
place.
is
Yeah.
normal. It's completely normal. But they're protecting their comfort level and just shutting down that conversation. So that is why saying like I don't see color is racist, because you do see color. And the thing is that there's nothing wrong with seeing color, because when you see someone's color, you see who they are. That's part of their identity. You see that. You recognize the struggle that they go through. Whereas if you say, "Oh, I don't see it," you're basically just like turning a blind eye to
Yes,
racism.
but
And
I
that
don't
is the
want to
problem.
ever turn a blind eye on Breeze's actual like trauma too. So, he has his own
Don't worry
trauma.
about me. I'm fine. But I did want to say something. When I said I don't see color, and you're saying it's like kind of racist,
Oh, it's not.
what I'm saying is I judge each person individually. Either you're a piece of trash or you're not. Either you're a good person or you're not. There's no in between. It don't matter what color you are.
Well, Breeze, a piece of shit black
My
person and a
God,
piece of
my
shit white
God had
person
dark
will still be
skin.
treated differently by their
If I
skin
was
color.
born back when Jesus Christ was on the earth, he would have dark skin. There's no question in my mind. But
I used to think the
damn,
same
that
way.
racism thing gets called a lot. Well, can I say
You're
my
not
black? Do I
racist,
say my
Breeze, at
black
all.
friends,
I
my
don't think
black
you're
people
racist. I
friends?
think you have
I
some
see
sort
them
of
every
Hold on.
day. I play
Breezy,
poker
hold
with
on.
them.
Hold on, Breezy.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Give me a second and mute up. Amanda's speaking.
sorry. Breezy, you're not racist at all. I think you come from a really, really good place.
So let's be careful with saying that Breezy isn't racist, because Breezy has come out with a third bingo space. So we can move on and mark, I have a black friend, or I know a black person, or XYZ. So that's actually another bullet point. And I understand, Breezy, that you're concerned with being called a racist, but I think that you should concern yourself more with the fact that you're using white supremacist talking points and we're getting a bingo.
Wait a minute. She asked she asked if you talk to black people about different things. Here I am trying to answer the damn question, and you say, because I say my black friends, it's a talking point. Once again, I'm a racist. Well, hell, what else you got to say? I'll listen.
Hang on a second.
Oh damn, I can't wait.
Before we continue, Lindsay's comment has actually given us one. Her comment actually is basically saying you're the racist. So thank you, Lindsay, for giving us our first one.
And I would like to let Breezy know that I am also inherently racist. All right. So let's get uncomfortable with this. Let's talk about this. Okay. Let's talk about why these are white supremacist talking points and why.
Lindsay just gave us a second one.
Oh, is not
Why do
everything's
you make
about.
everything about race? Keep going, keep going.
Hang on, Breezy. We're gonna see how many Lindsay will give us in the comments.
Hey, could I do could I do the bingo? Could I
Of
do the bingo?
course.
All right. I get the free space. So is this what you say?
So it's what the people in the comments have said. So Lindsay has already given us two.
Oh, Lindsay.
Yes.
Lindsay, how do you even say that last name? She has braids too. She says she's a free thinker. Sounds like a loser to me. Guys, Bro, there's 10 people in here, babe. You're not doing anything. Hey, Lindsay.
We're in here too.
Bro, those chopped braids aren't doing anything either, honey. Hey, Lindsay.
I think you pronounce her name Lindsay.
Oh, my. Lindsay. Hey, Lindsay. Bro, how is she about to be like, is she racist?
She's giving us the talking points.
Oh, okay. Yeah, keep going, Lindsay. Keep going. Hold on, let me see what she had to say.
It's Lindsay.
Oh, Lindsay, keep going. People that see race and everything are racist. Bro, she's not even speaking behind a screen. Hey, Lindsay, I can see your big ass chin through the screen too, buddy.
Who's she talking to?
I would show my face, but I don't have many followers. Sorry.
Lindsay, give us some more. Right, so while we're waiting for her to type, she's given us the third one from the B row. Why do you make everything about race? And then she's also given us in the O column, you're the racist. So that's the fourth one.
I think she's mad.
Yes. Imagine thinking you're hard in the comment section.
Why do you have to make everything about race? Why would anyone say that? I don't know what face up front means.
Lindsay, are those braids you got in your hair?
Her name's Lindsay. Sorry.
All she can say is show your face.
That's my face. And my dog's face. She's also very cute.
Could I maybe try again with Breeze and the colored one? I want to give him kind of go back to his story with his lady friend.
Oh, can I ask a question? Was your lady friend black or was she white or?
She was white.
Okay. So your lady friend was white and you knew you treated her maybe not the way she needed to be, and it was hard for you to realize that she deserved it better later in life. Is that what I'm getting?
I don't exactly understand what your question is, but
May I try,
wait a
please?
minute.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, because I have the same lived experience that your lady friend had. And if you'll mute again, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. You've got bad background noise. So when we look at women in the military, I'm going to bring it back to that story because it sounds like you really learned something from her, and I'd like to try to show you the intersectionality of what we're talking about here. So we know that when we look at women in the military, and for the stats on this. If you go to the second section in my link tree, it's called Military and Veterans SAPRO. It's SA reporting and procedures within the veteran community and the military members. So when we look at the cases of SA, we know that in 2003, there were 8,000 cases of military members committing SA and GRAPE. We know that by percentage and by looking at the veterans, the women veterans who have been able to step forward into the VA because of the Me Too movement, we know that 8,000 accounts for only about 20% of the SA that is committed by our military service members. We also know that that 25% of all veterans currently incarcerated right now for crimes of SA and GRAPE, that's 25% of all of our numbers currently serving time is for that. So when we understand that women in the military, it's 1 in 3 that are SA'd. And when we look at the structure of when that happens to us, when you talk to a lot of male veterans, they'll tell you they didn't understand that it was happening, or why didn't you speak up? And the reality is that we all did. There are very few of us by statistic that did not try to stand up and say something. And we know that when we did, situations like Vanessa Guillem happen. We know that she had called her mother the night before. She said, I told my chain of command that an NCO had essayed me, and I'm scared for my life, Mom. The next day, she went missing, and they found her body 3 days later. When they went to arrest the man and his partner, a woman who had helped him hide the body and cover it all up, we know that he self-deleted in the yard. So when we look at these things, this was our lived experience. And if you ask most of the men military members, they had no idea that it was this egregious or that this was happening. And so we were told by our brothers in arms things like, it didn't happen. Why didn't you stand up? So you have no clue what our lived experience is. And so if you overlay that with the Black community as well with their experiences, you're going to get the same result. We don't understand and we don't know because we are white. And their lived experience during those times is the key piece there. And anytime we say, we don't see color, or, we're all the same, I don't care what color you are, you're invalidating that experience that they have. You're saying, I don't care that you have a different experience because of that. And that's all it means. And it's dangerous to begin to do that because then you begin to wall yourself off from the entirety of that community.
All the ones I've ever met love me. Straight up. They just
Absolutely.
love me.
Of course. They're your friends.
I just want you to know that that's who I am. I'm gonna mute real quick. You go ahead. But I'm telling you, I meet them from all over, and I have never met a stranger. That's it, man. I just, damn, I don't know. Go ahead.
So the system that benefits you oppresses them. No more, no less than that. The system that you benefit from oppresses them.
Oops, sorry, I'm
I
back.
feel that the system oppresses everyone.
The class system, absolutely, but the race system does not. And when we look at the reason you served and had no clue that the women next to you didn't have that experience is because during that time you weren't a safe space for us to come to for help. And so I would pose that same thing with the Black community. If you've not heard their experiences or understand that any of that happened, it's because you're not a safe space for that to land. And I will be polite to you as a fellow veteran in every space that we exist in because I have no choice.
I agree. I mean, let's give it to the tampons company because they just now started actually using women's blood in 2021 to figure out that there is freaking lead, mercury, everything in our tampons because they have literally not even taken into consideration that women should be tested on these subjects, although they are for women. It's bull.
I would like to just say that Visco Vibes has entered the chat, and I would like to claim all of the spaces that they're about to fill so that I can get a bingo.
No, I want it.
I promise you, they're one
Maybe we
that
could play
comes in.
tic-tac-toe instead.
Yes,
You be hugs, I'll be kisses.
there you go. So let's go on. Let's go on to another one. That's just your opinion.
And it's my opinion too about the tampon thing, but it's actually true. Yeah.
It's wild when you look at women in the veteran system having to use male limbs when they're missing a limb. They have to use.
You know that every single like I don't know, Lexapro, anything that's prescribed by the pharmacy, anything for depression or anxiety or PTSD, do you know that they've only tested on men? They do
Yes.
not know the reaction from a woman because they have not tested on women. They didn't want the drug to have a bad name from the women's like hormonal thing, but aren't we like the one subject that you would want to make sure that it's safe for because we do have so many hormones that will react to whatever that is going on? It boggles my mind.
So I think too, when we look at the medical piece of it and we look at the maternal mortality rate,
Black people, yeah, Black women have the most mortality rate here in America.
yep,
In a first world country, Black women are dying more in giving birth than any other race here.
and not only
Actually,
that,
America has is top 10 of maternal death, actually, which is sad.
we have the number one.
We are number one.
Yep, we're number one. We beat
That
Mexico.
explains why my birth was so awful.
Yep, we beat Mexico in maternal mortality. We have more.
But it is also said to Black women are the highest of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Black women unalive during pregnancy and childbirth at a 3 to 1 ratio.
Not because of ignorance, because of ignorance.
And when we look at, again, that medical racism, and we look at what is being taught in the medical books now, it is that they believe that race is biological, if you look in the way the books are written now. And when we look at race, it's not. It is not biological. The Black
But it is.
Race is not biological.
Well, you're born the race you are. That's what I
But
meant.
it's not biological. There is no
Not
biological
biological.
difference.
You're born the way you are, and your DNA, your genes is the way you're born. Yeah. If you're Black, you're
So
Black.
race is nothing but a social construct. Do you know that in the white race, I mean, it's nothing but a social construct. There is nothing biological to race. When we look at doing surgery, it is not different. If you open up my body and a Black person's body, there's not going to be a disparity. There's not going to be a difference. They do not have thicker skin. They do not have a lower cognitive brain function. They are not. They cannot take greater amounts of pain.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. And when we look at the structure, the white supremacist ideology that the whole biological race is founded on, it's the white supremacist ideology is called race realism. And if you look at the pseudoscientific factors into race realism, which again, so when they began to look scientifically at people as a whole, they deemed the Black community to be inferior, to be, again, all of those things that I said, and to be more aggressive, which is why a lot of white supremacists come up and talk about the crime. They talk about Black on Black crime, which is actually one of the squares down there. Black on Black crime isn't real. There is crime, period. Crime is most oftentimes proximity crime, but they use that race realism ideology that the Black community is more aggressive, biologically more aggressive. And it's not true. There's no science. In fact, the science coming out, and for those that are interested, I actually have a couple of PubMeds and a couple of sources.
No, I'm listening. This is fascinating even to me. So
when we look at the groups who Breeze and I both took, or you two, I'm sorry, you are as well. I don't want to leave you out. The three of us took an oath to stand against, foreign and domestic, right? And when we look at the domestic T groups, currently they are these groups. They're the white Christian nationalist groups like the Triple K and all of that. And these are the groups that tout this ideology. It was very heavily pushed by white women, very, very specifically. The white women arm of these groups, which is the Mothers of Liberty, the Daughters of the Confederacy, they're the groups that built our education system, that the entirety of our educational books that are taught across the United States were created by them. That's why when we talk about whitewashed history, that's what we're talking about. And when we go back and actually look at historically what happened and what's going on and what's still going on today, because a lot of these pseudoscientific structure or beliefs are not only the foundation, but the structural building of the systems within the United States. And we even see this play out like on the NFL. If you go to the NFL's website, you'll see that just within the last few years, they actually stepped forward and admitted to practicing medical racism. And with that, it was the idea that, again, because of that cognitive brain function, that their black players were able to sustain harder hits to the head and things like that. And
Oh,
so
because
when
their
it
skull
came,
was bigger than
yes,
they
their
thought.
skull is bigger, they're
Oh
more
my God, that's
animalistic,
such
they can
bullshit.
take, they have lower
Sorry, this is
cognitive.
news to me.
Oh, absolutely. And so when we look at that race realism and that ideology, what the NFL was doing is they were paying their white players more on head injuries, TBI, and things like that than they were paying their black players. So we see this movement within the medical field. You know, we talk about the women, we talk about, you know, the NFL. We see this medical racism playing out. We see it in the military as well, because it's again that medical racism that is in our medical system too, and the disparities that we see across the board with the care that women get, you know, and then what the black community gets versus what our white veterans get.
That's wild. That's wild. And when you're telling me about history being taught in schools, I've never even thought about that either, how it is whitewashed to the fact where it needs to be kind of not to in depth of what really, really happened in our history, like the evil parts of it, just to make sure that, like, you know, even in high school, you're ready for that, but like to make sure that white people don't know exactly in depth of the actual history that we've done to black people. I've never thought of it that way either. It's very sugar coated in the history books, if like anywhere, you know, you have to do your own research to really, really figure out in depth of the history between white and blacks. It's not going to be taught in the school books or anything.
Amanda, I'd actually like to maybe step in and correct something you just said. We don't ever call people the plural of black.
Okay.
Okay. Because if you look back in history as well, when you look at that segregation, when you saw signs that said, you know,
blacks only.
Yeah. And so that's a word.
Very sorry for saying that. Yeah.
That's
I
okay. As
learned that
we
one.
learn, we do better.
You can put a bingo if there's a thing on there. I'm so sorry I said that.
I don't know if there is one.
That should be one.
There should be. Yes. But let's go on maybe to, we did talk about, I think that, no, did we talk about that's just your opinion?
I've had 2 epiphanies from
I don't think so.
Okay, so the next one, Breeze, if you want to continue playing along, I appreciate you letting me monologue. That's just your opinion. What do you think of that? What do you think of telling a member of the black community, that's just your opinion?
I would not be that dismissive.
I do get that about you.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be that. Oh shit! Let me turn it down. I wouldn't be that dismissive.
I'm so sorry. I have to go. My son is crying up in the crib. So, but thank you for being informative. I hope I helped out too. But this has been a very, very good live. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate you coming up.
Yes.
Yeah, you're welcome to come back anytime.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Cringe Corner from John's Live is here.
Oh, yeah, he was the one. He was getting in his fifis on John's panel earlier.
Yeah, he's in the request.
He's quite ableist.
Very.
You got over it. Do you feel better now? Did you have a binky? You had your whoopee? You did. Good, good. I'm glad. You had a diaper change. Cringe, if I may ask, how old are you? Are you spouting your ideologies or are you spouting your parents' ideologies? No, I'm actually, I talk about their ideology. I talk about white supremacist ideology and standing against it. So I actually I don't typically talk about my own beliefs at all. What's CB, Waller Bear? Am I just blanking on what CB is?
Caucasian bias.
Shut up.
That's funny.
Childbirth. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry for that loss.
I was close.
That was good though.
I appreciate that. Are you comfortable supporting white supremacist ideology, Cringe? Because even the fellow conservatives in the comments were saying that you were nothing but cringe, that your name was very fitting. Oh, no worries. I know it's really difficult. See, there it is. So it's not a debate. Human rights aren't a debate. Standing against domestic tea groups is not a debate. And I think it shows your character when you think that it's a debate, that human lives, human rights are a debate. Look at him demanding, so demanding.
Let me up.
I think Cringe needs does size matter, because I have a feeling.
I still need to clip that.
Yes.
There were
And you saw what I said to Brendan in the comments in John's live. I heard about you. So let's do another one. Let's go. Where am I? Okay, so next is I grew up around Black people.
So that's supposed to be racist for saying I grew up around Black people? But I did. What am I supposed to say?
So do you think that by having Black friends or growing up in a community that is a majority Black, do you think that that means you can't be racist?
No, not according to the white people bingo.
But do you feel that way? Do you feel that way?
That I
Do you think
cannot
it
be
means
racist.
because you lived in the same class that members of the Black community do?
Well, see, you got to understand, I was born in '65, and the kids I played with, the only race we cared about was one if we won it or lost it. So it was never a thing, and it seems like it was only brought back
So that's weird that, so I'm going to give you
over
another
the years. I mean,
perspective.
it was good for us.
Could I
I
give
mean,
you a
it was.
perspective? I'd like to give you a perspective.
Yes, please.
that I
Let me
think-
mute myself real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No worries, no worries. So that was your lived experience as a white child. When we look at Black children, you cannot say that that was their lived experience. I bet they had fun playing in the street with you, and I bet you had fun playing with them, and it was just all, fun and games. But their lived experience as children is different. And I think it would behoove you to sit in spaces and listen to the Black community's experiences on their childhood to understand that, because it's a very privileged place for us to say that. And the answer to the question, I was kind of hoping you would get there with your story, but just because you grew up around members of the Black community, just because you have Black friends, just because all of that, you can still be racist. You can still uphold racist ideologies. And we can see that in history. Like, I'm sure you think, Thomas Jefferson is a great part of US history. And, if you look at him, you would say, that there's greatness there. But we know that he couldn't be racist, right? Because he was married to a black woman, right? He had Black children. So he couldn't be racist. But the reality is he absolutely was. And he treated them abhorrently when you look back in history for him. So just because you have proximity to the Black community, and we have people who say, how could I be racist? I have a Black spouse. And the reality is you can still be racist. Your proximity, when talking about racism, you don't need to share a story about your proximity to the Black community. I've never shared a story about anything like that, because that doesn't mean that I can't be racist. And in fact, I would say, again, I kind of go back to white people are inherently racist because of the system that we grew up in, because of the whitewashed history that we were fed by the Moms of Liberty and the Daughters of Confederacy. And because of that, we inherently uphold that system and can't determine even what those things look like because we don't have that other perspective. We were never given it.
Okay, I'm sitting here trying to take it in. It's a lot for me to take in. That's all.
I
I'm
appreciate
trying
it.
to
And to be
understand.
fair, it's uncomfortable. It absolutely is uncomfortable because you kind of go back to the fact that when we look at some of the white supremacist ideology, we look at there's a structure within that system when we look at how am I trying to say this? We look at how we're supposed to act in society. And there's this idea that if we do a bad thing, we are a bad person, that you're all good or all bad. When in reality, good people do bad things all the time. If you look at a lot of these card-carrying members, because I don't believe you're a card-carrying member of any of these groups, but when you look at those card-carrying members, they don't believe they're racist. They do not hate the Black community. They just believe in that principle called race realism. And we as white people have been taught that being called a name, oh man, that ostracizes us, that makes us bad and we're all bad and nobody will look at our heart when we do that.
Break,
But the
break,
reality
break.
is good people, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you, but I didn't want to forget. What is race realism? Because
Absolutely.
I've never heard that word. Please.
Nope. And honestly, I appreciate what you just did. I know. And anytime, it is a conversation back and forth. I'm not going to get mad as long as you're not, over talking, but you can definitely ask me to stop at any point. So race realism is just that whole ideology that I was talking about. It's a pseudoscientific belief that race is biological, that the Black community, like I was saying, they can take more physical abuse with less damage, that they have lower cognitive brain function. There's the other side of race realism is that the Asian community has a higher cognitive function than the white community, which is why you'll hear things like financially the Asian community is superior because they hold the majority of the wealth. But the reality is that the Asian community, not only does the Asian community live in every socioeconomic place within that class system, they were also given reparations by the United States. So we see what that benefit of reparations has done for them. And so they are used as something called the model minority. And so race realism just encompasses all of that. It's, when Jim Crow was happening after slavery and kind of going into that era, there was this huge uprising, this scientific movement that began to want to talk about why chattel-based slavery was right for the Black community, and see scientifically based that it was right for them because they cannot take care for themselves because they're closer to animals in nature. And so that's what that race realism is. And it really is what the card carrying members believe. When we look at who they are and what their ideologies are.
Can we speak of the Asians a little bit again? I know that in their culture, they're big time on study. That's their thing. That's what they do. And to me, it seems like not that they're any smarter than we are, but due to their culture and the importance of education, I think that's why they get ahead. Possibly, but I'll wait for your response.
No, I can appreciate that. And when we look at the systems in place in America, we have to realize that the United States and Europe very heavily conquered a large portion of places. And when we went in to colonize and we took away their educational structure, because when we look back at the educational structure, things that white people like to take credit for that we colonized, and I really hate to use this word, but it's what we called our indigenous people, that they were aggressive, that they were there's an S word that is used in them, and it's actually it's in our Constitution. Is it in? Oh, it's in a founding document. Gosh dang it. And now I forget which one. But it talks about them being just brutal people, that they warred amongst themselves and we came and brought them civilization. But the reality is they had a collective togetherness that we did not have. And we came and took from them and colonized and took credit for those things. So when we look at certain communities that do still have that intact, we can see that structural difference. And if we look at barbarians. Cringe is saying down in the comments that they're barbarians. And Cringe, I'm going to tell you that is whitewashed history. That is the history that the Daughters of Confederacy, the Moms of Liberty put into place. We already have begun unpacking that by saying that we know that Christopher Columbus was not kind to the indigenous people when he came here. We're beginning to peel back those layers because if you think about it, we were the colonizers, we were the winners. So we are going to tell that history how we want to, but that's not the real history of what happened. And so when we go and begin to take a look at and delve deeper into that history, we see those things. So great question.
I don't know if you answered my question, man. My question was or do they make more money due to they're just naturally smarter or because of the way they're raised and
No,
education is
so
important?
here in America, they make more money because they received reparations. They had a financial starting ground that we refused to give the Black community. We paid reparations to slave owners and not the people that were enslaved. When slavery ended, we began to make laws against those in the Black community. If they didn't work, if they were loitering, we began to make Black codes, right? We began to do things like that. And so when we look at that, we know that historically we gave the Asians reparations. All of those that we have given reparations to, they have been successful financially. And they have not had the same, because Asians are not viewed in that race realism as being less intelligent. They are not treated as such. And so we see what that same thing should be what is there for the Black community, but we've done nothing but oppress the Black community.
So what you're saying is because I didn't know that they had received reparations. When did this happen? Just to make me understand. I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's okay. I've got to look it up because I'm not great with dates. I'm good at either remembering the information or remembering the dates.
Okay, so let's
Yeah,
let's let's all agree they did receive reparations.
yeah, sure. Okay.
You said that's why they make more money and they're more educated.
So
So
no,
you're
I don't
saying that
believe.
if we gave black people reparations, that they would all of a sudden become more educated and make more money?
So I am not going to speak for the Black community and what might. I can only
Okay,
say that no, right. So
any
let me say it this way.
community.
If
Okay.
we had appropriately paid those reparations in the beginning, and we had not whitewashed history, and we had not continually oppressed them, absolutely. But I can't speak on at this point in time what should be given as reparations. And when we look at the Asian community, they are not more educated here. Okay, they're not more educated. And that's where it comes into that race realism piece again. In America, they're not more educated than white people. They're not more educated than the Black community. There is nothing like that.
No, I'm sorry. I thought I'd heard that here. I thought that I'd heard one of y'all say that.
No,
I
no,
wasn't
that's
saying it. I didn't know. I'm still trying to learn.
yep.
Sorry.
No, that is just that is actually something that white supremacists say, and then what they do as well is that they lump different different nationalities together. So they just lump all of these different Asian nationalities together as one. So, for example, a community from Japan is not going to be the same as a community from Cambodia, for example, right? It's going to be very, very different. But the reason why they do this is so that they could actually weaponize the Asian community against the Black community and use this to further disparage the Black community.
And so one of the things when we're looking at, I'm glad I found it because there's actually, I always forget the name, and in the name is the year that it was done. So the Civil Liberties Act of 1988 is going to give you one stepping stone for Asians that were given reparations in the United States. Okay. So for being wrongly interned by the United States government during World War II.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And you can understand that we gave reparations there, but we have done nothing for the Black community, for those that were enslaved, that we enslaved. We have done absolutely nothing for them, to the point that now we say, none of you were enslaved now, so who gets reparations? When it should have been paid when it first happened, but wasn't. And so here we are, still oppressing today, still using that same system to oppress the Black community.
Quick question. The stuff that's being done for them, the Black
Frankie, mute your
community,
mic.
like, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good, Breeze.
Shit.
No, Bruce, go ahead. The host was talking to the other guest so that they didn't interrupt you and I.
I lost my train of thought. What was the question? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh man, I think I might have lost it too.
Okay, don't worry about it. We're both in the
Okay.
same spot. It's a good place to be.
Absolutely.
Damn it, man. I can't remember.
So we were talking about reparations for the civil liberties, and then you were
Yes.
saying, "Oh, I know where you were going. I know exactly where you were heading." So you were
Then tell
saying,
me. I'm on mute.
so no, perfect. I think you were going to some of the things throughout history that have been done for the Black community, and I think you were headed towards affirmative action, and I may have been wrong, but does that kind of jog your memory on what you were asking?
Yes, but that I don't know a lot about affirmative action, so I'm not going to act like I do. I've learned a lot tonight,
I
so
appreciate
I'm on
that.
mute. Go
No
ahead.
worries. And honestly, for everything that we're talking about, there are sources in my link tree because I don't speak without sources. So when we look at the ideology of these groups, you're going to find a lot of their movement and action, both in the United States and internationally under hate crime. And then I have a section in my link tree for deconstructing racism. Okay. So first and foremost, when we look at affirmative action, so to test your understanding of affirmative action, you believe it was put in place for very specifically for the Black community. Is that correct?
I would hope it was put in place for anyone that needed the assistance to get ahead, that was struggling. But go ahead.
Okay. So you're kind of, I think, going back to the class system. But when we look at affirmative action, it did not help the Black community. The demographic that it helped the most would be the demographic that I reside in, white women. White women have been the largest recipients of, not just affirmative action, but any welfare, any state welfare system, any WIC program, Women, Infant, Children program. White women are the largest beneficiaries of those services. So no, they don't. And that's actually when we look at, is that a bingo one? Is the, I don't know if there's one that's a bingo thing for that talks
I think
about.
it's on the other bingo card.
Okay.
Yeah.
Section 8, yes, thank you, Black is Beautiful. Section 8, it's white women that benefit the most from all of these programs. And so while they may have been well-intended, they did not help the demographic that, because it was for any marginalized group. And white men feel more comfortable reaching out to white women and giving white women aid than they do any other marginalized group.
Are
Can
you
I
saying the
can I
Black
just
women
say,
got
oh, sorry.
overlooked and just the white women was
Yeah,
able to take advantage of the service? I mean, I
absolutely.
don't know if take advantage, I mean, be able to use the service was what I meant to say.
Absolutely. Yep. The largest portion, the largest beneficiaries of everything, to include veterans benefits.
Yeah.
That's about
Hello?
chicken shit.
Hello?
Frankie, what is your
Good
question?
evening. Oh, I was just saying hello.
Oh, hello.
Where are you from, Frank?
I'm white. I'm from the UK. My mum and dad were Irish.
Oof.
Did you live somewhere else?
Oof. What does that mean?
It means
Because of your
all that it
accent.
says. Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you go back to the 1600s or the 1500s, the 1400s, pretty hard life, right?
If you say so.
If I say so, well, they didn't have computers and TVs, did they? They were like running around with axes and, claiming stuff.
So if that's how you
So
measure,
yeah, there's winners and losers in life, right?
yeah, see, the
Yeah. So did you know you can go? Did you know you can go to a slave market in Muslim sort of Middle East today and buy a slave today?
you
Did
cannot
you know there were black
buy.
slave owners?
So do you just have a problem?
Did you know? Yeah, no. Did you know
having a
that black people own
conversation?
slaves?
So, Breeze, I would like you to see the difference when we look at the international counterparts to our whiteness here in America. White people in America have been taught polite racism,
White people
while
rock.
white people internationally have not. And so when they come in, they typically come in hot and heavy like that. They give no quarter, and they try to project their colonizer mindset that if we didn't colonize them, they would have colonized us. Bark, 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 bark. And the Irish are very bad at that. If you do go under, which unfortunately is my heritage, When you go under my link tree, you're going to see where we're working with different countries internationally to begin to sanction. In fact, just within the last three or 4 weeks, the United States has sanctioned an international white supremacist group. They sanctioned the group and 3 of their leaders. So anybody caught doing business with these groups in America, that action can now be criminalized. We have a union now with the German government, our Department of Justice, our Department of State, and the German government to begin to stamp out, because the other countries are also seeing an uprising of these ideologies touted by these card-carrying members. Even Switzerland, within the last few months, has finally
Break,
banned.
break.
Go for it.
When you say ideology, a few words on ideology.
Mhm. So are you asking for me to give a few words on the ideology?
Yes, ma'am, please.
So race realism is their ideology. Race realism,
Okay, I remember you
yeah,
explaining what race realism. Okay, you
yeah.
explained it. Thank you.
Cool. That's race realism, is that whole ideology, and they believe that race is it's a divine thing. That race being biological is a divine thing. Hell, if you look at the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, they believed for a very long time that members of the Black community bore the mark of Cain, that's what their black skin was. And so we see unfortunately Christianity, we see a lot of the Nordic and Celtic religions being bastardized by these groups and utilized very heavily in the oppression of and upholding of this race realist ideology.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there another question
Yeah,
on that board?
I was gonna go. I've been talking a
Let's
lot.
move on.
Mhm.
I have learned so much tonight.
What is? I can't read the one.
Okay,
I
I
can't
got it.
read
Which
either.
one? Which
Oh,
one?
wait. Something about vegetables. I can only read the word vegetables.
Claiming you can be racist against vegetables or animals.
That's
Oh,
just,
Bill, the top
is
left
it?
bingo square is intentionally misdefining racism. That's their favorite.
Oh, I missed that one. Let's go back to that first one. So we're going to do intentionally. Say it again, please.
Intentionally misdefining racism.
Thank you. We're going to go back to that one. Do you know what the definition of racism is?
I don't know what the definition of it is, but I know when somebody's being racist, when you're just an asshole. I don't know. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. But
Oh, you're right. I call him
racism.
assholes.
No, I don't, because I've never looked it up. But I know what it is.
So that's part of it. Because when we look at that my gosh, the mischaracterization of the word racism, when we look at things like racism is just hate for somebody based on the color of their skin. When we understand that these card-carrying groups don't have hate in their heart for the Black community. And there are some of the paramilitary groups that are taught to be aggressive and hateful towards the Black community because that's their job. But when we look at the ideology of it, there are many card-carrying members who have spouses that are members of the Black community. They do not believe that they hate. They just believe in that structure of racism, and they believe that the Black community needs to accept reality, that race realism, the reality of race realism. And once they do, then everything will fall in line. And so when they say, when we look at that definition of what racism is, the most important thing to remember in racism is that it's structural. You know, when we hear that systemic racism or systemic racism. You'll hear that used a lot. Because it's the system. And again, we go back to the foundation of the country in that basis of race realism and the structures and how they were built utilizing those ideologies.
Okay, we're in 2024. Is it the system or is it ideology?
Both. It's both. Because the system is intertwined with that ideology. And it is that ideology that upholds the system. And that's why we stand up here and we say that education is the first step to this process, educating. Because I know that as a white woman, especially as a white woman, that within that inherent racism, it's something I'm going to have to do every day. I'm going to have to continue to break down that ideology within myself and then begin to move within my community to break down that ideology. Because if we can disrupt their ideology, if we can disrupt that supply chain, then that they're going to begin to lose that grip. And when they lose that grip, we then begin to replace them, the people that are upholding those structures with real scientific data, with real understanding, and we begin to move forward as a society. When we look at the health structure, we're one of the only countries that our age, what is it? It's going down instead of up. Our life expectancy is going down. We're one of the only countries that our life expectancy is going down. The rest of almost the entire industrialized world, their life expectancy is lengthening. And it's because of the structural systems that we have in place based on those ideologies.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one. We need to get a bingo.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to get Cringe left. I think. I don't know if Cringe is still down there.
He left. He got bored.
Yeah, because we wouldn't platform his racism.
You should let some of these people. Well, I'm not going to tell you how to run your live.
We do sometimes.
But for entertainment purposes only, sometimes it's funny to let these people get on there and just spew their ignorance.
Yep.
And
To
don't even
highlight
take the
what
time
it
to
looks
get.
like.
Don't even take the time to give them a response, because you're the one in control. But that way, you have an opportunity to let your audience know just how ignorant they are, because you've shared so much light with me tonight on different things that I had no idea of. I mean, I've got things going on, and I don't know. I appreciate it, and I just think that if some of these people spoke, it would really, really help your case. But maybe not. You would know better than I. You've been running it for a while. That's
No,
all.
we do. We do. We let him up sometimes and play with our food. And the stuff, yeah, they say some egregious shit.
That's exactly it. Play with them. Play with them. I'd rather see you taunting them with little innuendos, things like that. You already done that to one of them. See, that shit's funny. But I'm sorry.
is.
What's the next
No,
one?
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And if you want to do it on TikTok, I absolutely recommend you grabbing one of these backgrounds and letting these racist fucks up on your live and let them have it. Because I definitely enjoy I enjoy trolling the trolls.
Yes. Yes, 100%.
And before we get too far, and maybe because I don't know how much longer you have, if you go to my link tree, the very first section is for veterans, because a lot of things have opened up for us, and as far as I would even call them reparations, to be fair, because now that I'm 100% disabled, my children will all get their own personal GI Bill. So if you're 100% disabled, there are benefits for people who help you. If you have somebody who is a caregiver or a spouse who is a caregiver or a partner, they have benefits that they can receive as well. And so we're starting to see a lot of movement there too. So I just wanted to kind of give you that briefly without hogging the platform, that there are a lot of sources there for you as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Silver, should we do a reset after this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've only got a few people in here. I feel like we could get a couple of hundred in here if we, and really, then it'll be alive. I really enjoyed. I appreciate you letting me talk, Breeze. You know, whether you take from it anything or not, I appreciate the ability to refine my talking points.
Oh, Mandy is
What
back.
does
Mandy
reset mean?
was here last night
Oh,
spewing
Mandy.
so she's another one.
Oh, that's funny, Mandy. Come join us. Do you want to hold my pocket? You can come up and hold my pocket if you're scared.
Yeah, she
There
was
you
calling me
go.
aggressive and condescending.
Ooh, yep. So Mandy's the whole problem. Oh, Mandy, she only has 19 friends. Nobody likes Mandy. Mandy needs more friends. Yeah, and a reset is just restarting the live because we have so few people in here. It just means the algorithm didn't catch it and sling it out to the For You page. So usually this live is, whew, I'm sad I missed yesterday.
Oh, yes. We had a guy come on the panel just to tell us that he's got 14 inches.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so amazing. And we,
Stupid is as stupid says.
mhm.
So I do feel like, ooh, that's the wrong one. I do feel like with these, there's probably maybe like a couple more that we could go over and then reset, right? So I think that reverse racism is one. Not all white people.
Okay, so if you say not all white people are racist, then you're racist.
No, so white people do this thing, right? Where they are to be seen as individuals, whereas black people are seen as a monolith, so they're just seen as one. So they do this thing where it's one of the 5 Ds of difference, right? So it's where they want to distance themselves. And they do this so they'll say, oh, it's not all white people, it's the government. Okay, but who is the government, made up of? Like majority white people. And 9 out of
Stop.
10,
Stop there.
what?
The statement that you just made right there, that
What?
the government's ran by white people,
I said majority
that's
white people.
okay, majority white people.
Yes.
It's according to what you define as white. What do you consider white? Because I know that's not true. But go ahead. I mean, if you're going to say they have a lighter complexion or a darker complexion, that's probably true. But if you're saying it's of European descent or something like that, then I've got to tell you you're wrong. And
I'm
that's
saying that they're
100% you're
white. I'm
wrong.
not saying that they're European. I'm saying that they're
So
white.
you're saying they have a lighter complexion. Okay, I can run with that. Go ahead.
So 9 out of 10, the people that aren't white, they have a similar ideology, and that's from that internalized racism, which I don't think you're ready for that conversation just yet. But so this is what they do, right? So they say, oh, it's just the government. But it's not just the government. It's every white person participates in some way.
Every white person benefits from that system. Absolutely.
So if you're black, you can't benefit from the system? If you're working in the government's what I'm saying.
No.
Okay.
We
What
can,
was that other thing that you was talking about that I didn't want to hear? Maybe I need to hear it. Or you said I couldn't handle it. Maybe it's something I need to hear.
No, it's a conversation that it's complex.
Can you give cliff notes?
It's going to be very difficult to do so because there are things that you have to really understand first. And going by the conversation that we've been having, like it's going to be too much.
yep, it's not helpful to understand concepts that are still kind of next level. You know, we're peeling back an onion or a flower if it needs to be pretty, but we're peeling back the layer a layer at a time. You know, and like I know that in a year or two, as I've progressed through this, I'm going to look back on some of the conversations I've had now, and I'm probably going to cringe a little at some of the stuff that I still wasn't quite understanding, that I begin to learn. Some of that internalized misogyny is one of the things. The idea that you know, just things like that. And the term for things is when we begin to look at the intersectionality of it, you know, because just like you and I are both veterans, but our experiences were very different. And it kind of branches off and deeper into that when you look at, even when you look at things like the white race as a whole, because the white race, we know that a lot of people, when you say white race, a lot of people think of European descent, Irish descent, you know, all of those types of things. But what you have to understand is that there are Black Irish people, there are Black Scottish people, you know, there are all throughout. There's all the mixes when we look at the heritage. And when we look at race, the white race very specifically encompasses just anybody who looks white presenting. So there can be Hispanic white people and Hispanic Black people. And so when we begin to look at the intersectionality of the different experiences that you've had based on what racial category you were put in and based on what heritage you may have, you begin to go deeper into the construct of race. And as you do that, there are more onion layers that begin to peel back.
That makes sense.
Now, there's actually a movement in New York. It's the MENA. They just passed the MENA Act. It's where Middle Eastern and North African individuals who are normally classified as white because they phenotypically look white, they want to separate from the white race. They no longer want to be counted in the white race. And I think New York, the bill is actually in my link tree at the very bottom under like some of the just loose sources that I have. I don't know what's happened since they passed it, if any movement has changed, but it's just so for the purpose of the census, they no longer want to be categorized as white.
All right, should we move on to reverse racism?
Ooh, yes.
Reverse racism. Yes, I think. Well, I don't know if you call it reverse racism. You called it something else. It wasn't racist when it's toward a white person. But I went into well, it don't matter. Went into a community. It's a black community. I was looking at real estate for one of my friends, and some bitch runs out in the street, tells me I need to get my white ass out of there. Which I understand. It's his community, but is that considered reverse racism? He just didn't want white people coming in his community buying up houses, which, okay, I can run with that, but I wasn't buying it for me. I was buying it for my black friend. That's what I done was real estate. So is that reverse racism?
Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
No, that's called common sense. We've given black people 400 years of colonization and reasons to not want us in their neighborhoods. And now white people like you, real estate agents, you use the word gentrification as if that's not the modern day colonization of black neighborhoods.
No, you don't understand. I was going there for my black friend. I'm a remodeling contractor. I was going there to
Do
see
you
what
think,
kind of termite damage it was. Go ahead.
oh, that's really cute. You were going there for your black friend. That's really awesome. Your black friend
Well,
doesn't
that's
know
what I'm
any,
saying. You was talking about white people moving in the community. It was a black person moving in the community.
but he doesn't know
That's what
that.
I'm
You said
getting
you
at.
showed,
I happened to be
but
his friend that he trusted
you
to go look
don't
at the house before
listen, sir.
he put in a
Listen,
proposal.
listen. All they saw was you. All they saw
I
was you.
said I understood. I said I sort of
Okay.
understand.
Okay, so it's not reverse racism. Mainly because we can't experience racism.
That was my
And
question.
reverse,
That was my
yeah.
question.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
I thought it was just cause he didn't want to see me there, which makes sense. It does make sense. All right, bye.
Does your black friend know that you come onto Black Lives and say you have black friends?
Holy shit, man! I'm not even going to answer that question. You're not going to pigeonhole me into being a racist. I can't do that.
You are,
I'll have a
though.
conversation with you. Okay, that's fine. I will accept that. I'm a racist.
Well,
My
so
name's
am I.
Breeze, and I'm a racist.
So am I. Because
Holy shit.
white people are inherently racist. We can't help ourselves. That's why you thought it was reverse racism when you saw this person run into the street. That's why it even crossed your mind. Because we are all racist.
Okay. Okay, I can run with that. Damn. I hate being called a racist though. That's just nasty.
I
Really,
know,
to
I do.
me, that's like calling a black person the N-word. To me.
It isn't. It
To
isn't.
me. I've
And
not lived
it
this life
isn't.
that you've not lived my
It
life.
isn't. It
And
isn't. It
somebody
isn't
calling
even
me a
close.
racist?
It isn't
Okay,
even
how do you know?
close.
How do you know?
Because the calling you a
I'm listening.
racist doesn't. I'm trying to talk to you. Calling you a
I'm
racist
listening.
didn't end up with you being strange fruited in a tree. You being called racist doesn't get you unalived in the middle of the street by police. You being called racist doesn't end your life. I know it's hard to hear because we want to think that we have black friends and we know black people and we think we're kind people, but we still, it's hard to hear. I know it's hard to hear, but if it hurts you to hear, then you still have some unpacking to do. I've been called racist, and I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm sorry, and I'm working on it.
I've never been called racist in my lifetime. I'm 58 years old. I've only been
I'm
called
fif-
racist on lives. So
I'm
I'm just
52
letting you
years
know
old.
that. And my black brothers, we'd die for each other. So that's,
Can you stop
damn, I
talking
hate
on
you lumping
black
everyone into one
people?
pot. I'll be quiet, but I have learned a lot. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. That was just
I'm gonna
I apologize.
I'm going to
I didn't
ask you.
mean to
I'm going to ask. You're
offend
fine. I'm going to
anybody.
ask you another. I'm going to ask you another question, and it is not my question. It's from Black is Beautiful in the comments. Why are you more concerned about being called racist than ending systemic racism?
Okay. You've got a child that you can't control. No matter what, you tell them clean your room. You do what you're supposed to do. And they just, hey man, I'm not going to do it. It might not be your child, but you have seen that in the past with other children. You just don't want to do it. How do you think that a person can go out there and just end racism? You're not going to change the way a person wants to be. If they're hateful and they've got hate in their heart,
That's not true.
ain't much
And
you can do.
racism's not hate, sir. Racism's not just hate. Racism and hate aren't the exact same thing. You don't have to have hate in your heart to be racist. There are people out there who
Well,
very much love their children and are racist AF to them on the daily because they don't know. They're ignorant. They're dumb and they don't know any better. So they do it repeatedly over and over, even when their children tell them that it hurts them because they think they know better as the parent, or they think that they know better as the white person. And so they know better. So they just do whatever they want, regardless of what their children are telling them. And that's kind of what you're doing here. You're doing whatever you want, what feels good for you, regardless of what the Black community is telling you. And I'm sorry, sir, but your friend does not speak for the community. We should listen as non-Black people. We should listen to the Black community as a whole, not just our one friend or 10 friends, but the whole community, what the majority is saying.
Breeze, real quick, I'd like to point you back to the conversation you and I had. We had a very polite conversation, and this is an opportunity for you to practice what you and I sat here and discussed. Okay, because
thank you.
we talked about how the military was different for the Black community and the white community, how the military was different for the women and the men. So you're going to sit here and speak for the entirety of your Black brothers and sisters that served next to you. And I think that's a little bit of a reach. So I think you might need to step back and realize that you're lashing out from that uncomfortable place that you're in. And remember what you
I wasn't
spoke about.
speaking. I wasn't speaking for them,
You
and
did.
I can only
You
speak
did.
from my experiences.
You
I'd never
said.
try to speak for
You
someone
did.
else.
You did.
You said my brothers. You said my brothers in arms, right? You said that you did what together, and that's what you did together, and you tokenized that experience and spoke for them in that moment. So just take a deep breath. Grab that military bearing by the bootstraps and yank up on it, because now we're going to put into practice what you and I discussed.
I'm ready.
I know some of this is uncomfortable, sir.
It is. It's very
It is.
uncomfortable
It
because
is.
I mean, like I'm an introvert. I don't get out in public much,
But
and
here's
for me
the
to be
here's the
having this
reality.
conversation, it's really helping me. You just don't even
Well, I'm
know.
sure it is, because once you start talking, here's the thing: is that once you open your eyes to this stuff, and you start talking about it, and you start seeing it, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna get a little worse before you start to get adjusted to it. You're gonna see it everywhere now, everywhere you look. It's gonna be there, and you're gonna see it, and you're gonna recognize it, and that's gonna be. You're not going to be able to undo that, and you don't want to undo that. You want to see it, because that's how we're going to be able to attack it. That's how we're going to be able to fix it, by seeing it, recognizing it, and educating other people about it.
I agree. I'm totally open-minded, but you gotta. I mean, just to understand that a lot of this stuff is new to me. That's all I'm saying.
That doesn't
So
make it any less.
sometimes
new.
it's like
not
getting
new,
smacked in the head, but
sir.
I'll never be disrespectful.
Sir,
You know who it's not new for?
right.
Yeah, I think, Grammy, I think we were fighting to say it. You know who it's not new for? It's not new for Black people.
And we have a couple of new panel members up here that would like to speak. I see a hand up.
What's this man? Say, what is your name? Sir.
Think
You
it's
talking to me, Breeze?
All right, Mr. Breeze. You said that it is uncomfortable for you to talk about racism. Me, myself, and I. You got some background noise. You said it is uncomfortable for you to talk about racism. Well, how do you think that we feel as Black people?
No, I didn't. I didn't say it was difficult
Yes,
for
you
me
did.
to. You know, some okay. If that's the way you heard it, or that's the way I said it, it's not. I'm not uncomfortable speaking about racism, but some of the things that they've taught me tonight, that's what I didn't know. That was some of the things that I've learned has made me a little uncomfortable with,
Okay.
jarring my head a little bit. That's all.
Okay. So it still don't make no sense.
Okay.
So you get to walk around this world with a privilege that I do
Hmm.
not have. You have a 400-year head start. If you fumbled that, that is your fault, not mine. You have the world is your oyster, while we have to fight tooth and nail to get basic needs, to even get basic health care. Amen. And you're sitting over here complaining about feeling uncomfortable about somebody telling you about your I almost cursed. I almost cursed. I caught myself telling you
Maybe
about
the word
yourself.
was disappointed. Disappointed. That would have been a better word. I was
Okay,
disappointed
okay,
but from the things I've
Mr.
been learning,
Breeze, Mr.
that's what I was
Breeze.
saying. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you that one right there, but please do not overtalk me again, okay? Because I let you talk and I raised my hand and I was respectful and I waited my turn. Because the next time I'm not gonna be so nice about it. Amen. Now, you sitting over here complaining about and then you're tokenizing your Black friends. We don't like that. What are you doing? What work are you gonna do? What books are you gonna read? I'm not gonna give you the answers. You get that from white people. I'm not gonna give it to you. I'm not gonna tell you how to treat me like a human being. I'm not gonna tell you how to do that. You should already know that. You benefit from the system. Y'all created the system, so you dismantle it. I land my plane for right there.
So, Validated, are you here? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
listen, I have learned that when Lala speaks to just mute my mic because I don't know how I'm gonna react. I'm probably gonna I just think it's best for Breeze that I stay muted. Breeze, did you have a response before we move on?
No.
All right, I want to go to Roxy and then go back to Lala.
Yeah, I just came up here about the tokenizing thing too. It boggles my mind that the board. I like what you have on the. I like what you have up on the board because this is exactly what YT people do. Every single last thing on this board is correct. And I don't understand why some YT people come up here and deny these things when they do it right in our faces. And then when we call them out on it, they get upset about it. And exactly everything on this board you have is correct. And yeah, so I just came up here to say that. And yeah.
Okay, Lala, did you have anything else?
I wanted him to respond to what I said.
All right, Breeze, do you have a response?
All right. Sure. Sure. Ask me. You said a lot. Ask me one question at a time. Ask me anything.
I had no question to ask you. I just everything that I just said, you didn't retain none of it.
Oh, I heard what you said.
So what you got to say back?
What can I say? You're already set in your beliefs. You feel I'm a certain way. You feel I'm tokenizing. Here's the problem. You keep saying, wait a minute. tokenizing. You know, it's so unfortunate that I have to say my black friend. I can't say my fucking friend. Sorry, I'll take it back. I can't say my friend. Because if I said my friend, you would have something else to say about it because I didn't say he was black. That's the way I think that you look at me. And that's it.
No, no, I would have preferred for you to say my friend instead of my black
But I had
friend.
to put it in context to find out. I had to say it that way
Oh,
to
you
find
did?
out if
No,
that
you
was reverse
sir, you could have
racism.
no,
That's
you
what I'm
could
saying. I don't know how to
no,
ask
you
the.
didn't. No, you didn't. The race of your friend in that story, you honestly did not need to tell. All you had to do was say you were somewhere working on a rental property or a purchased property from somebody that just purchased a property, and that this is the incident that occurred. The race of your friend wasn't even relevant at all. You threw that out there to be
Yes, I did. When you started talking about
yes, exactly. You
gentrification,
threw that. Well, it
when
wasn't
you
me, but
started talking about
you threw it out there.
gentrification, it's when I said it was for a black
You
person.
threw it out there to say, "Look, I have a black friend." Exactly.
No, I didn't.
You
It's
just said
because
you
you
did,
said you was talking about
sir.
gentrification,
The
and it was
race
a
of
black
your
person that was
friend,
moving to the community.
but that didn't matter. It didn't. That didn't matter to the story that you were telling about
It don't
what
matter to
happened to
you.
you.
It don't matter to you.
The
But
race
just
of the
put it in
person who
context. That's all
owned
I
the
was trying to
home.
do.
The race of the person that owned the home did not matter to the story you were telling about someone giving what you perceived to be a hard time to you.
You brought up gentrification. I didn't.
First of all, I brought up gentrification. And second of all, whether I did or not isn't germane to the story because your quote unquote black friend wasn't there. Again, it was you, a YT man, by yourself.
I said I
At a
understood why you
property
reacted
that
like you
you
did.
were working on, and so even the race of the person did not matter.
Right. I want to hear
Okay, I can
from
accept that.
Breeze. Mute your mic. I want to hear from Black is Beautiful and then Roxy.
All right. All right. Hey, everyone. Hold on. Let me put on my headphones. Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting to it. Give me 1 second. Should be good. All right. All right. So, Breeze. My name is Black is Beautiful. I actually have a panel, and I'm really good at this. But anyways, Breeze, they're doing you a service by actually coddling you, but I'm not gonna coddle you, sir. Just to let you know that I'm not gonna be nice. I'm gonna tell you like it is. We have been tortured, raped, mistreated for over 400 plus years by the descendants of, or you're the descendants of them, but you're also, your ancestors did some nasty work. They did very nasty work, sir. And now, to be honest with you, you're gonna be dealing with the heat. I'm sorry, y'all. That's my son. You're gonna be having to take one for the team, sir. To be honest with you, sir, you're racist. You're very racist. You're just gonna have to. You're just gonna have to sit with that. You're gonna have to be uncomfortable with that, sir. We have been uncomfortable for over 400 plus years, sir. I just really want you to sit with that. I want you to get some books. And I want you to read. I want you to research. But you have to do this. You have to do this for yourself. You can't do this for anybody else. So if you're really interested, I'm sure that there are some people here that will help you. But you also can come to my lab and you can see how people, YT people, really are very, very, very racist to black people just for being black. I want you to see that in 4K. I really do. So you can see what we're up against. That's all I have to say.
I just don't see it on a daily basis. Is all.
Because you don't want to, sir.
Maybe because I don't hang around racist people.
No, you're all white people are inherently racist, sir. Whether it's that's what you're equating racism to. You're equating racism to being angry and all that other stuff. But there's nice racism. There's microaggressions. There's people touching your hair. There's so many other things that will be considered to be racist, sir. It's not just rageful, hateful behaviors. It comes off very smooth too.
Okay, microaggressions. Uh, yeah, I might not notice a microaggression because I don't know a lot about microaggressions. But you did explain it to me, sort of.
It's, oh, you're pretty for a black girl. And because I'm a black woman, oh, please don't attack me. I think you're being rude.
That. Oh no, that's
Stuff like
wrong.
that. No, yeah, that's what we get on a daily.
That's no. I wouldn't even see that as a microaggression. I just see that as straight up racist.
Or you have a black woman telling you that that is a microaggression. Don't question her again.
I'm
I
just
wasn't
letting you
questioning her.
know.
I was agreeing with her. I was agreeing with her.
Honestly, another white tea person taught me this, that we should not even be using microaggressions. We should be calling it white violence.
Go next. Or Black and Beef, are you done?
Yes,
I
sir.
don't want to cut you off if you're
Nope.
like,
Go ahead.
okay. I have a question for Breeze. Why did you decide to say like if I didn't say I had a black friend that as us black people will get mad? Where did you get that from?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What you said earlier.
Oh, okay. When she had mentioned when I
You
said I
said,
went
"Oh,
into that
I have
black
a
community.
yeah." You was like, "Oh, I have a black friend," and then as we saying, we said that, "Oh, you don't need to tell us that you have a black friend. You could have said that he was just my friend," and then you was like, "Oh, y'all would have got mad if I didn't say he was black." Why did you have to say that? Why did you have to say that? What was the point of saying that? We wouldn't care
Have
if
you
he
ever
was
heard?
black
Have
or
you ever heard?
white or Mexican. Why did you have the need to bring that up? You
Because I
could talk.
felt I was damned. I was damned if I do. I'm damned if I don't. It didn't matter what I say. It was going to be wrong. Remember, I'm in a space where I'm still learning, and I'm going to make mistakes, especially on my
Sir,
speech. I don't mean
sir,
to, but I'm
please.
learning.
Sir, please don't stop with the victim mentality. Stop it. You're saying, "Oh, I'm learning."
I think that's one of the racist things on the bingo deal.
Yeah,
Stop with the
for
victim
white tea
mentality,
people.
right?
Yeah,
What?
for
Okay.
yeah, for you for white tea people, I say it because what you're doing is trying to paint us or demonize us like we're doing something wrong to you. Oh, I'm learning. I'm learning. Why would you have to learn how to treat a human being? You treat your mama good, you treat your daddy good, you treat old ladies good, you treat Grammy and me, myself, and I good. How come when black women or black people come into the space, you guys don't know how to act towards them? Can you answer that?
Why can they don't? I can't. I don't know about another person's mind. I mean, I think I know how to react in a black person's space. I might not have all the uh, say all the right words, but it's not because I'm trying to be abrasive or hurt someone's feelings or not be understanding. It's just I don't know, and I'm just ignorant to the some of the things that you're all talking about, and I'm trying
Sir,
to learn.
no, no,
I'll
don't,
accept
don't,
them.
s- d- no, no. I'm not gonna take that because you're not ignorant to treating others kindly. But when it comes to black folks, you guys glitch. You guys act like you don't know. You say that you're ignorant to things. No, I'm not going to take that. That's not an excuse.
So if I were to take in a family and take care of them and take them into my home and keep them there for a while, couple of months to get on their feet, uh, damn, I don't even know where I was going with that.
I do.
I
You're
got a
about to
question.
tokenize the
I
black
do.
family that you
I got a
helped.
question. I got a
Yep.
question. Were you referring to taking in a black family?
No,
Because see, this is you know what it is. Like this is what I get tired
this
of.
was a homeless family. It
Yeah, I
wasn't a
wasn't
black
finished.
family. It's
I
just a
wasn't
homeless family.
finished. I wasn't finished. I want to make my point. Because, there's this thing where white people think that they need to save black children. And me personally, I blame it on shows like Different Strokes. Because ever since then, there's just been this influx of white people thinking that they need to be the saviors, that they know better. And I have a really big problem with that. Go on.
Can I ask the question? Why are there so many black kids that need to be taken care of and adopted?
Let me
Don't
answer
do
that one.
that.
Let me
Don't
answer
do
that
that.
one.
Don't do that. Don't
Hey,
do that.
Well, one at
Breeze,
a time.
go check. Sorry, Breeze, go check out my. Click on my profile. I have a whole video about why there are so many quote unquote black children in foster and adopt and up for adoption, and it won't be the reason you think it is.
It's
I have no
because.
idea what the reason is.
Oh,
No,
Can I
you
we're
don't
go?
not
have
going
to
to
answer
tell
me.
them. We're
I'm gonna
not
go
going to
do the
tell them.
research. She
But
told
I
me
what
was
don't
you
about
say
to
just
so. I'm
said
gonna
say
go do
was
the
this.
racist,
research.
sir. What you said was
I'm not.
racist.
What
It
I
was
said was
disgusting.
racist? It was a
Yes.
Can
simple
I?
question.
Can I go? Can I go? Breeze, how old are you, sir?
58.
You're 58, so you're 2 years younger than my mom. You're the same age as my dad, round about the same age as my dad. So you came up during Jim Crow. Well, you were born in Jim Crow.
Okay.
Yeah, and so he's
I'm
58.
58.
Okay. So between my age and my mom's age then. Yeah, he was
Yes,
born in Jim
so
Crow.
I
yeah,
was a
you were
Gen
born in
Xer.
Jim Crow. So you were born in Jim Crow. So my grandmother is 1 year older than Ruby Bridges. Do you know who she is?
No.
You
Okay.
want
Well,
I'll tell him if you guys
okay.
don't. It's up to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not educating.
All right. I figured you did. That's fine. So I don't know, sir. Have you ever
I
seen
wrote
that
it down.
sir
I'll
that
look it up. I
sorry,
wrote
there's
it
a
down.
car in the background. Sorry, now they're done. I'm sure you've seen the pictures of the little girl being walked into the school, right? The little bitty girl being
Yes, my
walked into the
heart was
school.
broken.
Okay,
Yes.
your heart was broken. Did you know that she is still alive and she is here on TikTok?
Really?
And
No, I did not know that.
she's my mom's age.
That's why I
Wow.
was trying to tell you, Breeze, that my grandmother is 70 years old. She's sitting up there in the living room right now. She still can drive. She still
She's the
got her
one in the
right mind.
picture?
Hey, will you stop? I told you about
Yes.
she is 70 years old. She still got her right mind. She still can drive. She still can do everything for herself. Everything. 70 years young. And to cuss you out. This how you what you that's how I learned how to cuss people out. From her. Amen. But I, the thing about y'all is y'all try to say that things happen. Oh, slavery was so long ago. My family lives until they're 90 years old. So I have generations and generations and generations of knowledge about what my people went through. Um, then you were born in Jim Crow. Jim Crow wasn't that long ago. Amen. Where they was putting water hoses and stuff on us and sicking dogs and stuff on us. Like, stop playing. And you think that everything just all peaches and goddamn on creams? Last year, uh, uh, a black boy was messing around with a YT girl. They found his body in an incinerator.
They made their own incinerator. He was missing for like 6 months, all because he was messing around with that. Y'all are so dangerous to us. I really wish that, low key, y'all would stay away from us because don't nothing good come from it. But since we got to, at least learn something and just leave us alone. Try to at least.
You
Can I
know,
ask the question?
sir, they tried to convince us. I want you to understand that they tried really hard to convince us that certain things happened so long ago, right? When they really didn't happen that long ago. We are talking about, like she said, less than one lifetime, okay? So what I want you to think about is the fact that if our parents, right? And granted, I'm 10 years younger than you, so keep that in mind, right? But if people my mom's age, right, are Ruby Bridges' age now, right? So they were little at the time, then people my mom's age, their parents, so people my grandparents' age, right? Those are the people that are the ones that are causing her to have to be walked into that school. Those are the people that in the picture that you see of, like, there's another picture you've probably seen of like some older kids, high school like aged kids, and there's like picket signs and people with rocks and they're yelling and they look so angry, you know. That picture, the people that are holding those signs and holding those rocks and saying those awful words are people that would be the grandparents of people my age, Gen X people, white Gen X people's grandparents. So you've got to keep that in mind and think of it like that, rather than trying to accept what they did to us in school by trying to convince us that everything happened so long ago, because it didn't. It literally happened as you were being born. Was that so long ago? It wasn't so long ago.
And I'd like to point out, as a Gen Xer here with older parent, my mom just passed away 2 years ago and she was 93.
I think Roxy, go ahead.
Yeah, I like to address what Breeze said about the black children in foster care. As a mother with a child in the system, that was very insensitive of you to say that. Why is there so many black children in foster care? You don't know what those black people went through to get their child taken from them, and you don't know what their living situation was. You don't know how they got into the situation to begin with, for you to sit there and say that was very insensitive. My child is in the system, and I didn't do. You know why they took her? Because they told me I was incompetent to take care of her because I have a disability. And so for you to sit there and say that was very insensitive of you to say that, because there's YT children in the system more than there are black children in the system as well.
Oh, I also want to say, Breezy, that because I seen somebody say, "Oh, why aren't black people adopting, these black kids in the system?" You know why? Because they make it hard for black people to adopt their own. You know why that is? Because they want them to go to white families, so the white families can literally raise black kids so they could hate their own kind and not tap into their blackness. I've seen it time and time again with transracial adoptions, sir. So you need to be careful on what you say, especially because you say you're ignorant and you don't know nothing. Watch your mouth, please.
First, I wasn't making a statement. I was asking a question, and you answered it. That lady answered my
Right, but
question. You
sir, do
answered
you
my
realize?
question.
One
This
second,
is
sir.
what this is.
Sir,
Give me
I
a
don't want to
second.
have to mute you. Please, look, don't make me mute you. I want to point something out to you. I understand you feel like you asked a question because it ended with a question mark, but in that question, you made a statement. And that statement was that there are more black children in foster care than there are white children. That you didn't have to say it with those exact words, right? But that was the statement that was made with your question. And I don't think that you even have ever looked up those stats, to be quite honest. I think that you are repeating talking points, things that you've heard other people say. Because if you had taken even one 20-minute section of time to sit down and do research about that topic, I think you would be surprised, as you've already been told, about what you would find. But instead of doing that, you assumed information that you've heard other people say was true, repeated it here inside of a question as though it was fact, and did so all while sitting here telling us that, everybody needs to give you grace because you're learning. Well, that's not necessary to be a good human. Like, you don't need to learn how to be a good human. You should know how to be a good human.
I just want to
Is it
say
my
one
turn?
other thing. No, one other thing, Breezy. Yep, you can say Jesus. It's okay. It's okay. You got to sit with this. You do, sir. Be uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. But, white people know how to march for save the animals, or, save the dolphins, you know, even though they're the people that did harm to them, or the ASPCA, they march for that, or save the trees, they tree hug and all that other stuff. But you guys can't march for racism. You can't march for racism. You can't dismantle that system, but you guys can march for any other things. That's what makes me side eye you. Seriously.
I'm gonna be right back, y'all. I gotta run to the stove with my granny.
Okay. It really makes me side eye you a lot.
Is it my turn?
Part of the problem, sir, is you are so busy sitting there waiting to speak. That's all you're doing. You're not thinking about anything that anybody is saying to you. You are just sitting there waiting to speak, waiting to defend yourself against something that you should not be defending yourself against. Something that if you weren't racist or you were anti-racist, as you claim to be, even just a little bit, right, you wouldn't be doing. Like, this is silly. People have spent more time than they should have being very, very, very nice to you. And all you can do is sit there on the edge of your seat waiting to speak?
I was just wanting to tell you what I got from the conversation when she answered my question. You said take 20 minutes to read a book. I don't have to take 20 minutes to read a book because I listened to what that lady said.
Do some
This is what I
research.
took. Give me an
Before you made
opportunity.
that lady speak to
Give me
you,
an opportunity
before
for
you
speaking
came up
over
here,
me.
I'll mute you. How's that? Before you came up here and asked anybody for anything, you should have done that research. It shouldn't even have been a question. Like, you should, it's a very simple Google search to find out that you are woefully misinformed on a lot of things. And then you wouldn't have came up here and looked silly. So this is what I wanted to tell you earlier that I didn't get a chance to say, and I want you to really think about this. And this isn't worded exactly how it is because I can't remember the exact words, but basically there's a meme I saw on Facebook one time, and it was about this little bitty plant, or a seed really, right? And how for a seed to achieve its greatness, right? It has to literally, not only be planted, but dig its way up through the dirt, break through the concrete, find enough light, find enough food, nourishment, everything that it needs to do those things and grow and be strong and become the beautiful thing that it is supposed to be. Right? But during that process, to somebody who did not know what growth looks like, if we're just describing all of that, breaking through and, it's got to do this and fight and all that stuff, if we're just describing it, it sounds like destruction, but it's really growth. This uncomfortability that you're having could be growth if you would let it, but instead you are too busy trying to defend yourself every time you open your mouth.
Yeah, Breezy, you just talking about, oh, well, I heard what the lady said. Sir, if you found interest in anything, coins or some kind of art, you would research the things and you would try to find a way to become an expert at it. But when it comes to racism, I don't know where to start. I don't know where to start. Really? Just like anything else, research it, look it up, and learn from it, and stay uncomfortable.
What I got from what that lady was telling me was that if you're black and you're in the system, that if you have a setback in any way, that they will take your children from you, even though you don't want to lose them. And it is difficult to get them back. I have never heard that. She answered it totally for me. She has a disability, so I'm sure she's dealing with SSI.
All the other times it's been said to you, because there's no way that you're 10 years older than I am and have never heard this before. Absolutely not, sir. No one here is going to fall for that. Absolutely not.
Ma'am, my expertise is in
Hold on, and that's not the
geopolitics, the way the
reason.
world's ran.
That's not the
I
reason.
don't.
That's not the reason why my child got taken away. Not because, one of them is because I was disabled, and the second is because they were racist.
That's what I'm getting at, ma'am. I was saying it was the system.
I was in a Catholic Mother Teresa home, mothers for people that were pregnant, and I was the only black person there, and everybody else had their kids, and I was the only one that got my child taken away from CPS for no reason whatsoever. The excuse was I was too incompetent to take care of my own child, and you can't take a person's child away just because they have a disability. That's illegal.
Oh, and I can tell you
I
another
agree with you
story.
100%.
I can tell you another story. I was working. I'm not working anymore because I'm actually disabled too. But I was working and I was a night worker. And at the time, I have a son that has autism and he goes to school or whatever, but I'm a single parent. So I would have to literally get him up at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and literally I would get home at 11 or 12, and by the time I wound down and tried to get back up, it was just too tiring. So he missed a lot of school that year. And guess what? CPS was called on me, and guess what? They they pretty much said that I cannot work with children until my son is 28 years old. Mind you, this is the only CPS case I've ever had. And mind you, I was dealing with depression, and on top of that, I was working. I know that what played a big part of it was because I was black. They didn't even give me a chance. They just put it on my record. Now I cannot work with kids or anything that has to, has to do with getting a background check until my son is 28 years old. You can go ahead.
You got anything to say?
Don't care. That's what that is. I'm gonna drop because I'm over it. He's not gonna see it. He needs to do this for himself, not for anybody else.
Yeah, I'm afraid because my daughter she is being raised by YT people, and I don't really know what she's going through and stuff like that, and there's nothing I can do to there's nothing I can do. They took my rights away. I had an open adoption, but when the foster parents moved away, they went to Michigan and they closed my adoption. My daughter was close to me, so I got to see her on a daily, and then they end up moving to Michigan. So now I don't know what's going on with her. I don't know what she's experiencing and all that stuff.
Oh, Duct, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, it was a really intense topic, and I was just waiting. I just want to talk briefly about optics as far as how we perceive the past. Um, this is I've showed it before, but just for anyone who's watching, this is a 1964 picture of a hotel owner in St. Augustine, Florida. Um, and if you're lucky to have a book, you're not going to have one in school, maybe in college, but if you're lucky to come across the book, it's going to show this picture or a series of pictures like this of this man pouring acid on black people swimming in his establishment and causing them harm. However, let me swap this real quick. Stand by. Sorry. I got way too many pictures. Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Oh, man, I lost it. Anyway, the point of the original picture is the same picture, but it's full color. And when we talk about like the past, or when we talk about racism, or we talk about oh, here it is. So, like, if you saw this picture in a history book, like your perception of time would be like, oh, that's a hell of a lot closer than the first picture you saw. So it's weird, man. Like you can see colorized pictures from 40s, 50s, 60s about all sorts of great things. But when they talk about racism, they make all the pictures in history books black and white. And I truly believe that's optics and making it like a false sense of like further away in history than it really is. But you guys briefly touched on it. I just want to give an like an example of how this leads to misconceptions about time.
Yeah, they absolutely do that on purpose. Absolutely. That's why some pictures are black and white in our school books, even though that they were taken in color. You know, they will skip certain things, be vague about certain things, totally just like leave whole chunks of stuff out just to try to trick us. Did he run?
Oh yeah. He to me, I've only been in this room for like a half an hour tonight, but like he to me just, it felt like he continuously took the polite and soft spoken and whatever high road, and everyone around him like continuously like amplified because of how obtuse he was being. So like it was almost like a, see, they're just crazy or whatever his shtick is, right? Like I was like, sir, you were intentionally being just soft spoken. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to learn. That type of person that comes into these areas just drives me nuts, because it's like, not only are you wasting people's time and intentionally being obtuse, but you're triggering to everyone who's watching you.
I would like to address like nobody in the comments. Can you stop adding me, please? You as a YT person cannot tell me that I'm oppressed, and that's not your place to tell me that I'm not oppressed. So you need to stay in your lane. Thank you.
If you don't stop adding them, I will mute you.
Because if you're not going to get in the box and address me to my face, don't add me in the comments.
Speaking to them, adding them is the same thing. So have a conversation with someone in the comments, or you can be muted.
Yeah, I don't care if you had a conversation with me before. I said what I said. And if you can't respect my boundaries, then you can respectfully leave the live. Thank you. And if you can't respect my boundaries, then you can leave.
And okay, so background, but can we get some F1s in the chat? Sorry. Can we just get some F1s in the chat to kind of clear out his hatred a little bit? Maybe hashtag TikTok shop. Talk about how much you hate trains, because that's what's in my background and it's killing me. Just keep them comments going. Tap the screen. Do a little bit of that and get rid of his hatred. Thank you.
Don't know me, and you can't tell me what I claim to hate. First of all, you don't know me, and second of all, just because I said I put my blackness first doesn't not make me not American.
That was a 5-second mute to remove your comments. The next one will be a 30-second, and then after that, I'm going to remove you. Either address people in the comments or get on the panel. If you want to, nothing drives me crazier than when people are trying in the comments so hard to talk to people on the panel. Do you see my comments? Why won't you respond to me? You don't have an answer. No, they're busy on the panel. If you want to talk to them, get on the panel.
Speaking of panel, we got someone new.
Hi, Jonathan. Can we get your
Hey,
age
how are
and
y'all?
can we get your age and race?
I'm 22 and I'm black. I would like to first say that I do agree that white people do
We'll
get
just go
privilege.
with he him. Go ahead.
And I do agree they do. And I actually, but the second one, I do agree that I disagree. I do feel like they do experience racism because the reason why I say that is because not all white people are like straight racist, and there could be like a black person or someone from a different race accusing them of being racist, and then they'll treat them a different way, like they'll discriminate, call them the c word, all this other stuff. So I feel like pretty much everyone should get race be like discriminated against. There's no certain race or color that couldn't be.
I'm gonna stop you there because what you said is how can YT people experience racism is a system, right? So what have black people done to white people that you considered racist? And the C word is not a racist term because YT people called other YT people the C word, and the C word was and the C word, there was another definition. The C word was referred to being being cracked by the whip of slaves. So calling YT people the C word is not a slur because they called their self that. They called lower class YT people the C word, and they called poor YT people the C word. So how can the C word be racist towards them when they called themselves that?
Well, let me say this. Well, basically, it's kind of like someone saying it's like kind of like someone just trying to say like it's like even if it's not a racist word, you know what way you're trying to come at. Even if people do say it in days and age, like if a black person were to call a white person,
Has the C word ever unalive them? Have the C word ever cause violence to them? Have the C word ever got them, unalived? Calling YT people the C word, has it caused any violence towards them? And
okay. So
if they did experience racism, where is all the outrage going on? Where is all the stop the YT racism against them?
Okay, so I see exactly what you're going off by. You're going off just by the media. I'm black too, and I'm not saying any black people can't experience racism, but like when people say stuff like that, you're basically saying every single cop that you see and every single person and every single white person you see will like literally falsely accuse you or like call the cops on you, and the cops just pull you over and shoot you. No, because if that's the
That's
case, you
not what
wouldn't be
she's saying. You putting words in her mouth.
That's not what I'm
Yeah.
saying. That's not what I'm
Okay.
saying. You're taking it like you're taking it that way. That's not what I'm saying at all.
How are you
But
folks
then
doing?
why are you bringing the media and then like saying hey, basically
That's
saying
not
hey,
media. That's not media. That's real life. Where have you seen a black person unaliving a YT person and calling them the C word? Where
listen,
we're talking about
it's happened
reality.
on the media.
We're
It's
talking
happened
about
everywhere.
we're talking
It
about
can
reality here.
Where in the
reality.
media has this happened?
The
Because
media is
I never
not.
seen that.
The media
It
is
doesn't.
propaganda.
Okay, listen. It
The
doesn't have to
media
be
is
popular to be known. It doesn't have
The
to be
media
popular
is
to happen.
propaganda.
But
The
you
media is
said
propaganda.
you said specifically out of your mouth that you have personally seen this on the media after she said, have you seen any black person kill a white T man and call them a cracker? You said yes. I've seen it on.
Okay, listen. One, I've seen on the media where people like black people would be racist towards white people. It can go against anybody. Anybody can go that way. Anybody can go say, hey, well, you're racist.
Where's the
What?
outrage about it? Where's the outrage? Where's the movement?
It doesn't have to be an outrage about it.
Yes,
It can
there
literally.
is. Because racism is a system. What is that you're not getting?
No, it is not.
Okay.
You're thinking of interpersonal racism, which ties into systemic and all. Grammy, I'm gonna let you take
Okay.
this over because
Okay, hold on.
you
Let
can
me say something. Okay, let me say something real quick, real quick. One, it can't just be racism, but it could be discrimination. So, like, if you literally Google and go on YouTube, there's a black cop that literally says to a
That's
white
not the
person,
topic though. We're not talking about discrimination. We're literally just talking about racism. We're not.
well, okay, but racism, even
Right,
if it's
but
just being a
here's
system, right?
Jonathan. So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue like over. I'm not gonna like have a voice battle. So
Yeah,
I would
until I nut in your
prefer
mouth,
to.
Grammy.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
You're gonna
gonna
have to
nut all over
mute.
you.
You'll have to mute and wait until I'm done, and then I can give you your baby bottle. Okay. Until then, you can wait until I'm done talking to Jonathan. Um, I don't want to have a voice battle. Okay.
I'm gonna
I'm
nut
sorry,
in your
I didn't
mouth,
mean to.
Granny.
I didn't mean to.
Till I
here
nut
with
all
My
over
bad.
you.
Can you come up here
Poor
with the quorum,
babies.
please?
They need their bottles. It's
I'm
okay.
sorry, I didn't mean to
We'll
have a
get them
voice
in the
battle. That
microwave in a
wasn't my
minute.
intentions.
No,
That
that's
wasn't my
okay.
intention.
I'm just saying because I'm outside, so it just makes me be loud. So I don't want to have a voice battle. But what I will
You're
say,
cool.
here's what I will say, okay, is that race itself is a system, and race is the system that this country runs on, like it revolves around it, whether we like it or not. Okay, I'm not the best one to educate you, right? Because you're a member of the black community. So I think that would be who you would need to turn to. But what I will tell you is that if I were you, okay, if you go to openstacks.com, you can get a free sociology textbook. And I encourage you to go and look through the textbook because you're going to find a racial hierarchy that this country runs on. And the reality is that white people put themselves at the top of it. So nobody can be racist to white people, right? There's no one above them on the hierarchy to push down on them. So nobody can be racist to white people, like just period.
Grammy,
Yes.
it's openstacks.org.
Or org, I mean. Yes, I meant to say org. And it's with,
Okay,
I see
yeah.
somebody put it in the comments, it's actually with an X.
Host, can you
It's
put big
STAX.
box?
Sorry.
Okay,
Host,
so wait. I have a
host,
great
can
question
you
for Grammy. What
box
would
me,
you
please?
describe as racism?
Hang on, Jonathan, can you hang on a second? I'm trying to hear Roxy.
Oh, sorry.
Can you big box me, please?
Sure.
You can look up descriptions of racism. Like, you don't have to have nobody answer that question for you.
You're going to find a lot of different ones, but essentially they boil down to oppression based on race. And there's nobody on the hierarchy above white people to cause them oppression based on race. Based on lots of other things, they can be discriminated against, sure. But not on race. On race, they put themselves at the top. There is no one. Like, the closer you are to whiteness, the more acceptance you get. That's white privilege, right? That's why they put themselves at the very, very top. So
Well,
nobody
okay.
can oppress them. It wouldn't. Who was it that said? I heard somebody say this question. It wouldn't make sense for them to create a system and then make it so somebody could oppress them when the whole point of their system is so that they can oppress everybody else.
To be the oppressor, right? How can they be oppressed when they are the oppressor? When if racism started with them enslaving black people, how could black people be racist if they were the ones enslaved? So, like, how, like, it's not making sense.
Okay, hold up. Because one, you're going off a whole entire.
Again,
You're
it says
going off
again, it says
entire years ago
marginalized. Can
history.
you see?
Okay,
Marginalized.
we can use today present terms. So thank you, Roxy. We're gonna read the definition of racism since you don't know. It's
You see
prejudice,
marginalized
discrimination,
right
or
here?
antagonism by
White people ain't marginalized. They're not. They're not marginalized.
That doesn't mean
So,
or
there's an
they're not
and
unpopular.
then if you see down here, if you read the second one, what does that say?
The belief that
What does it
different
say?
races possess distinct characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as inferior or superior to one another.
So you're telling me you could. So you're telling me every single white person, or just majority white people, think they're superior than us.
No, there.
It don't matter if it's not
Are
every single
inherently
person, if
white
it is
people
every
are
single person.
inherently. Do you know what inherently means? It means a characteristic way. That means they were taught to be racist. No white people are born racist. They are taught to be racist. They're not
We're definitely
inherently.
born
They're
racist.
inherent.
100%.
Right,
But
can we
They're
Rocky,
just okay,
taught.
can everyone hold
They're
on for a
taught to be
sec?
racist.
Can everyone hold on for a sec? I swear there's like 4 people talking at once. So,
Real.
can Roxy finish saying what she was saying? And then Laughathon, and then Jonathan respond.
Cool, I got you. My bad. I'm not trying to have a screaming match here. I'm just having a mutual discussion.
Like I was saying, YT people, they're not inherently racist. Y'all get inherently and inherent wrong. One means in a characteristic way. That means were taught to be racist. Nobody is born racist. Nobody is born racist at all. They were taught. They were taught. It starts in the household. It starts what they see on television. It starts with what they hear their parents growing up saying. It starts with what they were taught in school. It's taught in the home. So yeah.
I
And
think Laughathon is
there's
next.
other YT people. There's 2 YT people up there that can tell you the exact same thing that I'm saying.
Reality is that from the very moment a white child is born, right? Even just their odds of surviving are higher, right? The odds of surviving the birth, the mom's odds of surviving the birth are higher. And from the moment we are born, all of us, we are indoctrinated with the same messaging. And that messaging puts white people at the top of a racial hierarchy, not because they think anything, but because that's what society does. As a whole, society gives preference to white people. Society as a whole has been indoctrinated to believe a certain message. Whether they actually believe it in their brain, understand that they're believing it, or whether it's something that they're just passively doing without even realizing.
Can you give me a fact where you said white children have a higher percentage? Give me I've never seen that before.
Well, I'm not going to do your homework for you, but what I will say is that you can punch those exact words right into Google and find your answer. It's not
Okay,
your
so
job
I
to
see
do the work
exactly
for
where
you.
I keep getting a lot of these things. A lot of these answers are coming from the media. All this is media. All this is sociology stuff. I'm talking real life based experiences. Y'all's families, right? Y'all's family, even though the 2 white people are in here, y'all's families may have raised y'all to be that way. But I've had girlfriends. I've had friends. My closest best friend is a white person. Is a white
You were
person.
given
I've
the
met.
same information as well. It's just called something different, right?
And I
Again,
think
white people sit at the very top of that hierarchy. Racism is reserved for the people at the top of the hierarchy that can push down on everyone. Everybody else underneath of them was given the same messages, but it's called something different, and it's internalized in a different way, right? Anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity, right? They can push on each other, but nobody can push down on everybody except for white people.
16% of the world is white, right?
That's false.
I want you to understand.
Damar,
Do you know?
hang on a second. I haven't given you permission to speak yet, so I
Well,
don't know why you're speaking.
Why don't
So
need
you can go back on mute.
Okay.
Okay, well,
And
okay,
he's
so
saying false
even
information.
even with that sociology stuff and all that stuff is cool and all, but to say white people don't experience actual like, I mean, okay, I guess well, y'all's definition of like racism. I guess, hey, hey, if you want to say they don't experience it,
Yeah,
y'all definitely
all's
can't say.
definition, no,
But
sir. That's
y'all
the
definitely.
thing you're not. That's what you're not hearing. This is not a definition that the people on this panel, any one of us or all of us together, came up with. These are combinations of definitions, because that's what you do in academics, is you don't just spit out a definition from the dictionary. You really learn the concept, what it means, how it works, how it's applied, how to pick it out in real life experience, right? These are a combination of definitions that create one big giant academic definition that all boils down to the same thing. White people sit at the top. There's no one above them that can push down on them, and they can push down on everybody. There's one word for that. That's called racism. Everybody else, they can be anti-black, anti-indigenous, but they can't be racist. So nobody can be racist to white people. That's like just it. And I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to argue with you. So I'm not going to say anymore. I'm going to let your community handle that. But if I were you, I would really, really look into some textbooks.
I mean, okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can say that. I'm not disagreeing. Like, I don't have any hatred. I mean, we all have like different ways of interpreting it. And I mean, hey, if you want to interpret that way, that's fine. But I still feel like, at the end of the day, racism to me personally can happen to anybody.
But
Even if it's like,
at the end of the day, it's a fact because name one white T person that you know or that anyone knows that got kicked out of a job because of the color of their skin or because of the texture of their hair.
I have actually.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, no. I'm saying
Actually, Jonathan, seriously.
And you didn't let me finish.
Let him talk, man.
Name a white T man who got kicked out of school for the texture of his hair or the color of his skin. Name a white T person that gets unalive after a traffic stop for a speeding ticket. I don't know one white person who got unalive after a traffic stop for a speeding ticket after they got out of the car and got harassed by the police. So if it's not clicking into your head about racism and what real racism is, because everything that you're bringing up is really discrimination, maybe black people joking or picking on white people, which is not racism. You're probably bringing up classism or xenophobia, but it's not racism. And it's crazy to me that it's black people like you who go around spreading misinformation to other black people, trying to get them on the other side of believing that we can be racist to a system that was to put us down. And it's still putting us down to this day.
Right.
Okay. Are you done? Can I speak? I'm sorry.
No, I'm speaking. So Nanya has their hand up. I want them to go ahead, and then you can respond, Jonathan, and then we'll move on to Damar.
Okay. Cool.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Good. I'm doing good.
Cool. Okay, so I like to look at it this way. When it comes to the actual breakdown of like racism, it's multi-layered, right? And the way that I was taught, and I can't recall it verbatim, but the way that I was taught is it's a system of structures. And so what you have is you have systemic racism. I think there's 4, but I can only recall on 3 right now. Systemic racism, systematic racism, and the third one that I can remember is interpersonal racism. And what I understand and how systems work, interpersonal racism could not work in and of itself on its own. It needs a system to back it up. So that means that if you have an individual who holds racialized bias against another group or another particular individual, then that would just be an individual. That would be more or less like, I don't know, a nut or a bolt out of the entire mechanical system of a car. And you would just see that laying next to the car. Like, let's say you were changing your tire and you took a bolt off. That's what I consider interpersonal racism, just like a single bolt to an entire mechanical system of a vehicle. And if you look at that independently, you could not call it a car. You would say that's a bolt to a hub, to a wheel that goes on a car. But you would not call that the car itself. So individually, people cannot be racist because you need a system. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry about that. You need a system to back it up. You need a system. In order for something to be mechanically sound, it needs to operate with other things. So a bolt by itself cannot be a car any more than an individual can be racist. So what allows individual white people to be racist is that they have a system to back them up. And that system is by way of white supremacy and anti-blackness. And the way that this system works is that it's how we identify each other. When we see each other and how we physically present tells us where you fall within the social class system of our society. And so you see this playing out in hiring practices. You see this playing out in sentencing practices. You see this playing out in how police pull people over. It's all about how we are identified. So because these systems are things that are systematically conditioned, right? Like there are systems in place within this system to condition us for it, whether that starts at a baby's life, in the beginning of a baby's life in the hospital, whether that's how he goes through his education system, whether a white kid is consistently reinforced with positive reinforcement about whiteness, everything from the superheroes that he grows up on and how he's able to identify with virtue through those means, and or how religious figures are made white and they dominate every square inch of this country, or how, I'm sorry, give me one more second. Or how people are, or how white people are taught that that what fairness means is that they're always heard first, and their voices are always amplified over others. And you can see that, and even in the way that that people come into these lives and how they assert themselves authoritatively. And I find that quite often, more often with white men than I do with anyone else. And I'm not like, this is not because they're white men. This is because as white men, they are systematically conditioned to hold biases and to assume that they're always right. And then you also see this play out in the opposite for black people. You see this condition, you see us conditioned, but you see us conditioned in another way through the environments that we're raised in and the conditions that we're cursed to. The fact that black people are we overwhelmingly represent poverty in this country, which means that our conditions are unstable and we're disenfranchised in a way that we're not actually able to even use upward mobility to get our, like the average for black people to get out of poverty is much lower than it is for white people to get out of poverty. You can see it in the school systems, in the way that we're disciplined. You can see it throughout the judicial system, that we are all systematically conditioned to see life and identify each other a certain way and to then fit within a script.
It's about culture.
Wait, I'm not done. Thank you. So that is what I mean when I say without systemic racism and without systematic racism, interpersonal racism just simply doesn't exist. So the individual white person despising black people is not racist because he's important enough to be considered racist. It's racist because he has an entire nation backing him up and helping him enforce racialized prejudice.
You said something about like how black people can't get out of poverty, but white people do. It's about culture and it's about how you're raised.
Wait, now, hold on a second. I never said that black people couldn't get out of poverty. I said it's a lot less likely. And when you consider the fact that ever since emancipation, black people have consistently been poorer than white people, I would say that the culture that you're talking about is the American culture and the conditions that America curses black people to. If white people have been given every wealth incentive in this country, every advantage in this country, and we have seen the cumulative results of these things being wealth within the white community, and because of the deprivation that black people have dealt, we have seen the cumulative results being poverty in the black community. There's no other argument to have rather than the fact that America has intentionally held black people back and has intentionally moved white people forward. It's not culture, it's nation.
I grew up in Queens.
Go ahead.
Let me talk for a second. I grew up in Queens. My parents are from Greece. They lived in a village with no money. They came over here. When they taught me to go to school, they told me you have to have this GPA. You have to
Nothing to
can't
do
say for
with
this
the
at
Black
night.
American experience. I'm so sorry. That has absolutely nothing to do with the Black American experience, and I don't care about your experience. I really don't care. It's not going to speak volumes over centuries of my ancestors, my elders, and my community as a whole up until this moment in time, still dealing with the same thing. You can't identify with anything I just mentioned. And when I can't identify with something else going on in someone else's reality, I stay away from it because I don't know how to identify it for that person. You don't know what you're talking about.
Can I say something? Okay. Well, you do say things about like the system and all that stuff, and like how there couldn't be a system. But the thing about it is, you don't know if there's not an unpopular. You don't know if there's not an unpopular system, like of black people races being racist towards white people or certain other races, not just black people. But it's like you can't always just assume, like just always like
Wait,
make them think. Even with the sociology stuff, hey, if that is correct, cool. But at the end of the day, I'm just straight up saying that, and I want you to give me an exact example. If you've ever seen,
You're asking multiple things. You're making multiple statements, and what I want to know is how is it any system that black people, if we were even able to create systems in this country, how does that hold any relevance? That's not a system that this nation operates off of. When we're talking about racism, we're talking about systems put in places by nations, by governments, by forces that are greater than any other force that exists within that complex. So why would you even mention, like, that would almost be like mentioning black people can, different black churches can align with each other and hold prejudice against white people. I would even assume that in that event that's retaliation. That's not racism. Black people cannot be racist because even an act of hatred against white people comes from the fact that we know we're hated by white people. We have a right to validate our humanity, and we have a right to resist and to stand up against those who despise us simply for looking different.
okay, let me say something. One. That's like saying going to Africa, right? African people obviously they hate white people because of slavery back in the day. But now since black people in Africa, because if you go in Africa, right, and so I think it's South Africa, black people walk on one side, and because black people walk on one side, and then white people walk on the other side. But that's because of the way they act and how they feel about each other. In America, to me personally, and I want you to give me one example. One time, let me know that in general that you've ever just give me a full on experience that you've been racially profiled. Just be honest, like you've experienced racism. Be honest with me.
Asking me
instead of all these stats. Yes, you personally. I want to hear.
Anecdotal experience. You want anecdotal experience? Do you want me to give you my anecdotal experience because it's going to shut
for
you?
it.
Okay, I'm 40 years old. I was born in 1984. I grew up in a school system. My IQ was almost 140. I almost classify as Mensa. I grew up in special education because I have ADHD. There were kids who were struggling more than me in school, white children in my education system, who they never even gave a glance at. Do you know who they put me in classes with? They put me in classes with kids with severe learning disability because of the fact that I had ADHD, and even though I was still testing high, and even though I tested high on my IQ score, I tested high on I didn't even really need to study the material to pass the test. I had concentration issues, and they immediately identified that as initially it was identified as behavioral issues, and so that's what I was put in there. But it wasn't behavioral issues. I had concentration issues, right? So like if I'm not able to pay attention to the material like other kids, then that would just simply mean that I have a difficult time paying attention. But it was identified as in a menacing manner. So that's one example. I'm not done. That's one example. Another example is the litany of times I've gotten pulled over by the cops, and the way in which I'm handled. Even like when white people are when there's another party present and that person happens to be white. There are throughout my college education, there are so many examples. And honestly, I'm not going to rehash all of them because I don't owe any live space my trauma. But what I will say is that, yeah, I could easily validate the racism just through anecdotal experiences alone. But I would rather make the collective have the collective conversation because it's not just my experience alone. These are millions and millions of people who hold these experiences.
More white tea people have been killed by cops, actually double the number than black people.
Okay, so let me say something here, right? Let me say something here. One, okay, let me say this here, right? Basically, I'm not disagreeing with you that white people are racist and that some the image. Basically, to me personally, it's just like I feel like personally, I've been pulled over many times. I've received a speeding ticket before, but and I hate to ask this question, But if you could explain to me one of the times that you got pulled over in traffic ticket, and that was, well, no, for being pulled over, and it was racism. And I just want to debate. I just want to have a discussion because I'll agree with you.
No, wait, I'm not doing that. No. You asked me for examples. I gave you several examples. I don't know. I'm not of the mind that black people have to perpetually validate ourselves. I don't have to do that for you. I gave you your example. We're good.
Okay, well that's fine. If you don't feel comfortable sharing it, cool, that's fine. I'm not gonna harass you.
Do you realize that you're asking me to comb through trauma? Like anti-blackness is trauma for me. Why are you asking that when I gave you your example?
Hold
Like,
on, Nanya.
No, wait.
Okay, well for me personally,
hold on, pause. Why is my singular? Why is me meeting your standard and giving you an example? Why is that example not good enough?
because no, let me say something. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm
because
asking
let me say
you a
something.
question because that's to my point. Like, why are black people perpetually invalidated? Why do we have to go? It's like we have to scream over mountaintops before people believe us. Why do I have to give you another example when I already answered your question and satisfied your answer?
Okay, because that's what I'm saying. Because let me hear me out. Because let me say this. Because I'm not saying you are this type of person, but first, like some black people they'll pull the race card, and you know that, and you can even say this. You can agree upon this.
I don't.
No. Let me finish
It's not a some black people thing. No, you're compartmentalizing black people with certain behavioral characteristics that you're not identifying in others. That's racist.
Okay, let me say this. You're saying that when black, okay, so like for example, if a black person were to call any other like a white person like a C word or try to be racist to them on the media, and they would
No. Cracker literally speaks about overseers, people who used to crack whips on our back. If we call them that, that's not racist. And even furthermore, it's only like usually black people call them that to identify racist behavior in a white person. That's what we call racist white people.
But listen. If you're saying the C word, you know what your intentions are, even if you do or do, even if that is the meaning. Some people because some people don't even know what that word means, and they'll just be trying to use that word to be prejudiced back towards the white person, or just be prejudiced towards the person, the white person. So it's like no. Let me say this here, because person also because if you listen to certain black people's situations, half those type of times it wasn't even racism. I've been pulled over by cops, and it's never been about racism. I've been let go, been warnings, all this other different type of stuff. I've never been thrown to the ground and stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying that hasn't happened. That definitely can happen for sure. That can happen to you, to anybody. So it doesn't matter about the race. I feel like anybody can experience racism. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wanted to say something.
Yeah. So Nanya, I know that was born in '82, so we're pretty much from the same generation here. With your ADHD, I had a similar problem. I'm not comparing it, but what I'm saying is that our generation, they didn't really take into account the mental health awareness that they do in the future generations here, and they just filed us under behavioral issue. It didn't matter. The school system failed us when it came to things like that. So I'm sorry that you felt that,
That's not my journey. That the school system identified it. They identified it as a behavioral issue because of my inattentiveness, but they knew that it was ADHD. I was prescribed Ritalin from a very early age, and because my parents were middle class and they had the resources they invested a lot of money, and so that's the reason why I'm here today. And because of the fight that my parents put in, and because of the fight that I put in for myself, I had to fight through my own education. I had to actually fight for myself to get out of what they call them Bobo classes, but like special education. I had to literally in 7th grade fight for myself to get out of special education and to get myself into mainstream courses. And I did it in a way that was like unheard of, which is that usually you work your way out of special education at the end of the year for the following year. In one semester, I was able to pull myself out of special education and pull myself up into
I know how it works. Yeah.
No, but I'm just telling you, I'm showing you my prowess that the diagnosis was correct, that I do have ADHD, and that throughout the school system, they identified features that I did need support with: inattentiveness, impulse control. But they put me in a classroom environment that did not feed me intellectually, and I had to fight to get myself into that and into the correct environment.
Okay. So let me see. No, yeah, I know
Hold on,
you.
John. Hold on. John, hold on. Let Lenya speak because she's been waiting a while. Hold up.
That's what I was trying to let her speak. That's what I was saying. Because
Actually,
Layla, she's been waiting.
respectfully, it's not up to you.
Oh, I apologize. She's been talking about it in the comments. So
Yeah, she just said that's my bad. Because she joined here like 20 minutes ago. She hasn't said it. She's been trying to say something. So and also this other person. So I'm just trying to like get like new people's feedback and all that stuff. Either to disagree or agree. I'm not trying to like. I'm just having.
I'm going to interrupt really quick. I need to interrupt everybody really quickly, and this is very important. If I could have everybody go ahead and mute, please. Jonathan.
Yes.
Weren't you in this live last night?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not embarrassed?
No, not really. I mean, it's really a discussion. I don't care like if people don't like me or not. I just want to like give my honest opinion. If I don't feel like
No.
something, if I don't
I
disagree
mean,
or agree.
No, Jonathan. I mean, by your behavior last night, by some of the things that you said last night, by
Like what?
I'm pretty sure So Melanated was not asleep the entire time. Do we need to
Okay,
talk
so
about the whole Jackrabbit situation? Now,
oh,
look,
okay,
you're
okay.
not gonna.
No,
You're
I
not.
can
Listen,
get
I'm
into that.
done, Jonathan. I'm gonna be really honest. I'd like you to turn your camera on because you have 2 followers. You're following 2 people, whatever, 9
Grammy,
followers.
let's not
I'm
do
not
that.
so sure that you're a real person.
Grammy, let's not do that. We don't want to question anybody's blackness. Once you say you're black, I'm gonna go ahead and go with it.
No, not because it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with his behavior last night. He came in here last night and was trolling and saying some rather incredible things. We let it go. We kind of, let him goof around with the other guy that was on the panel. And now he's back here again, disrupting So Melanated space.
Okay, can I say something? One, and I can tell the whole everybody here pretty much what I was literally saying. I'm not even a.
Jonathan, listen, I have a son around your age. Please, please, please do not disgrace yourself like that by repeating what you said. It's not a good look for you.
Okay, I won't. I mean, it's fine if y'all don't want me to. I don't care if I have to say it. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's only if y'all are comfortable with me saying it. But if not, that's fine. Either way, I mean, what were you gonna say, Granny, about the whole racism thing? I'll mute myself. Go for it.
Nothing, except for that I want you to turn your camera on if you're going to run your mouth about anything. I think that you should turn your camera on because you have what appears to me to be a troll account. You said some wild ass shit last night, and I got a feeling you're going to try and say even more wild ass shit today. We just realized who you were. Remember what we were talking about? Well, maybe you weren't in there. Best predictor of future behavior is relevant past behavior. Like if you're stand so 10 toes with what all the crap you said last night and anything that you're going to continue to say up here, because it seems like you're harassing people, which is troll behavior, then I think, like you don't have any content. Like I'm sick of trolls, like literally just trolls.
So you think I'm trolling? So you think I'm just straight up saying?
I think that you have found So Melanated, and you're going to continue to come into their live and harass every single live that they do. I absolutely do.
I'm not even okay. Listen, I'm not even harassing because when Nanya said, hey, like, and I messed up on this part. When Nanya said, hey, I asked him, hey, I was like, hey, give me like some examples, and he straight up said, hey, that when he got pulled over and stuff like that, and I said, hey, I hate to ask this, would you mind sitting here and explaining? No. Let me finish here. No. And I said, hey, would you mind finishing? Would you mind finishing?
You're misrepresenting. The first example I gave was my education system. Then you asked me and then I went to say, and I also got pulled over by cops. And that was just me being generous and giving you another example. You notice I didn't go into that. And then you tried to segue into that. And that's when I had to stop you in your tracks.
Yeah, and I said, hey, and then once you said that, now if I was a troll, I would try to get under your skin. Now if I'm mutually saying, hey, I'm not, okay, cool. If you're not really comfortable with doing this, then fine, that's cool. Even when Granny said, "Hey, if you want to sit up here, if you want to sit like if you like," even when I just said earlier ago, she was like trying to she's trying to make the whole narrative about me, what I said yesterday about like if we were talking about size matters and stuff like that. I have no problem. Like I even said myself like that. I have no problem sitting up here saying that. But Melody said she didn't want to hear it. Granny didn't say she wanted like. Well, I don't think Granny said that, but Melody said, I don't want you to like sit up here and say stuff like that, like because she has a son about my age. Hey, cool. I want to be respectful to everybody in here. I want to have a mutual conversation. I'm not here to have something that's like, oh, you're a troll here. And I mean, why would you want me to turn my camera on? Like just because of my voice and the way I
Do
sound?
I think all
Because
trolls should turn their camera on? That's what I believe. And that's going to be my new policy for me going forward on all of my life, just so everybody's aware.
Okay,
just
you know
because
what? I
just,
want to
just,
Jonathan Hush, quiet. I really want to nip this on the bud because there's two people that I really want to hear from. So can we just hear from Layla first and then Super Solid?
Okay, hello. So one of the things on the screen says why people do not experience racism, and in my opinion, by the way, I don't mean any disrespect. This is obviously a debate, so yeah, but I think that's not true at all because I believe anybody can be racist towards one another because you're like you have hatred for one another. And one example of that, I mean, this might sound kind of dumb to you guys that disagree with me, but at the same time, I think it's pretty like factual. But first of all, I'm half Guyanese, which is like Jamaican black, and I'm half white, so I come from both like cultures, you know. But basically, earlier I was on another live, and the live had nothing to do with racism or like that wasn't even the topic. It was completely different, and these people were just getting mad at me for absolutely no reason. I was being very respectful. And one of the things this person said, he was also black. He was like, "Oh, get this ugly, white bee off my life." Like, and I just thought that was kind of like dumb because if I were to say, "Oh, get this black,"
Layla,
person off my,
is
yes,
there a question somewhere?
huh?
Is there a
Yeah,
question
I'm trying to get to the
somewhere?
question. I'm trying to get to the question. Just yeah. I'm trying to make a point. That's what this like. Okay, so basically, if the tables were reversed, like wouldn't that be considered as racism? Because someone saying I'm an ugly white, person that seems pretty racist. Because if I were to say, oh, this ugly black person, that would be considered racist, right? Because I would on TikTok, I would definitely be, I would be canceled for that. And I think that honestly, that's just like, I don't know, it's just messed up because literally anybody can be racist towards one another because, yeah, I don't know. That's just what I believe.
I agree.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, like racism, it's literally hating on another race. That's what it is. And if that, like, for somebody to say, "Oh, this ugly white person," like, if that doesn't sound racist to you, then I don't know what to tell you because that's literally what racism is. I'm aging. Hurry up. But anyways, but yeah, I don't know. That's just what I believe. So yeah. Okay, I don't understand why you guys are like saying cancel with your 817 followers because like I mean yeah, that's literally what would happen if I were to say, oh, this ugly black person, like yes, I would get canceled for that. And my point is, since someone said that, oh, this ugly white person, and that's like okay, that's the difference. I don't know. I don't understand how you guys don't see what I'm saying because literally it's like it's being reversed. Like I don't understand how you guys don't see that. Like
That's what my point was.
Layla,
That's what my point was.
shush. Layla, can you just, whatever it is, just make your point so we can tell you you're wrong and move forward, please.
Okay, my point is that one, anybody can be racist, and two, like I said earlier, I was on a live, I wasn't even talking, the topic wasn't even racism, it was something completely different, and this black person decided to say, oh, get this ugly white person off this live, but if I were to say, get this ugly black person, then that would be racist. So that's my point, is if tables were reversed, then it would be a problem, but since I'm white, it's not a problem. That's my point. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, how does it not make sense? Like, you know what leverage is, right? Like, there's historical leverage in things that white people say to us versus the things that we say to like yo, right? Like, if I could say the C word, there's no historical leverage there, right? There's no implication of violence behind the C word. But if you use the N word, there's not only historical reference and historical reference to violence. I mean, talking about to like some of the most grotesque violence that is unimaginable to the human mind. But there's also like there you can make a case, and there have been cases made that the sound of the word, the N word, can actually trigger a black person in thinking that violence is approaching us. So there's a historical measure in using the N word versus using the C word, and there's a historical measure to the things that white people are able to say to us. It's not only rooted in a legacy of hatred, but it's also rooted in massive unalivings to black people. Are you like, if I call you the C word, are you going to say that it implicates a history that you're able to reference in that moment that would make you fearful for your life?
No, I'm definitely not saying that. Okay, look, I'm trying to I'm on your side too. I definitely understand what you're saying. Obviously, black people have more of a violent historical past. That's definitely true. But I'm just straight up saying, because it says white people do not experience racism. My point is that they do experience racism, in the history or not. I'm talking about this generation today. That's what I'm saying. Because literally anybody, not even just white people, not even just black people, any race can experience racism. Racism is literally it's being hateful towards another race. That's basically what it is. Obviously, if I were to call somebody the N-word, obviously that's racist, right? But if somebody were to call me ugly for being white, which literally happened about 40 minutes ago, that's also being racist, because you're hating on me for being white. So that's my point. It's if roles were reversed, it's just, I don't know. This is just kind of dumb in my opinion. But yeah, but I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. I definitely get what you're saying. So
I want to go over what you just said really quickly. I want to make it make sense to you really fast. One thing that you said was that if somebody calls you ugly for being white, why is that not racist if it's not racialized hatred? And I spoke to the history, right? There is also a history of the self-esteem of black people consistently being under fire. So if you grow up with anti-blackness and someone is and you are perpetually the target of your innocence, right? You don't have anything to say about anyone else. You don't present an argument against anyone else's nature or humanity. You don't despise anyone, but you're constantly everywhere, from television, movies, everywhere from old, from jokes that people tell, everything that identifies your race outside of your identity identifies you as being less than. Wouldn't you say you hold the right to hold resentment against that community? And wouldn't you also say that if all that community is experiencing is the nastiness of your mouth, why would you even say that would be an act of racism? I would consider that to be a justified act of retaliation. We reserve the right to have I really honestly think that white people need an empathetic wake-up call. You need to understand what it is we're experiencing.
So two wrongs. Okay, first, two wrongs don't make a.
That doesn't mean anything to me. That's your moral stance. That has nothing to do with this conversation. We're talking about whether or not black, because you have to understand the only way that you can actually stop somebody from doing something outside of convincing them is to use force. And at this point, we've been patient long enough. So
well, what am I doing though? I don't understand.
It's a matter of when are y'all gonna
You're
finally
being white, yeah.
When are y'all gonna get it? That's the question. And I think someone else wants to go.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but
No, I'm just confused because if I were to make okay, I'm sorry.
Is it Lenla?
It's Layla.
Layla, okay. I think So Melanated wanted Super Solid to go next. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but that's where we're going to go. And So Melanated, I'll correct it if that's what they want. Go ahead, Super Solid.
No, that's correct.
Millennial, I think the issue here is that you're in the advanced realm. You're all the way on step 5. And I don't think they have the capacity to engage with step 1 yet. And I get it. What's going on, my friend?
So what's up? That's a lot, and I hear you.
Yeah, because I can tell that your amygdala is active right now. And that's understandable. That's valid. But I think we got to start from square one, because that's what I think we forget about the white homies sometimes is they're not even on step 1, right? they're like on step -1 because they've been lied to about how race works for like their entire lives. So we got to get them on step 1 first. All right. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Between John and Layla, you guys have been really focused on anecdotes here. Can I ask why that is?
Repeat yourself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, y'all have been really focused on anecdotes, and I
What do
just
you
like
mean
to
by
know
that?
what it is.
Like anecdotes?
Individual offshoot experiences.
Well, okay, so I'm just okay. So personally, because I'm not gonna sit up here, and be like, oh, hey, Nanya's saying all this false stuff. No, because me personally, because I've even had like my parents experience like racism, but it's not just been on just white people specifically. They've experienced racism,
Jonathan,
but
too many words. Answer the question.
okay. So repeat yourself again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is there a reason why you're so focused on anecdotes?
So like personal experiences, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just to me personally, it's like it's like when I okay. So like for me, right? And it's not just personal experience, just in general. It's just like it's kind of like a fact, really, because it's like
Okay. All right.
Wait,
I
can I say
understand you're
something?
trying to organize your thoughts. Let me help you along, okay?
Can I say something? Because you asked both of us.
In a bit.
Okay.
Let him engage with Jonathan first.
Would the presence of one racism happening to one individual verify or validate all of racism?
no.
Okay. Would the absence of one racism happening to one individual invalidate the existence of all racism?
So you're saying if the absence, if it never happened?
Yeah, so if you met one person and they never went through any racism, does that mean that there is no racism?
No, that's not true. That there is racism.
Okay, good. So I want to stay away from anecdotes moving forward because it has no bearing on the big picture. Are we okay with that? Is everybody all right with that?
Yes, I agree. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Nanya or like anyone's personal like anyone saying this stuff. Because like I mean, yeah, Granny did say stuff about the sociology stuff like that. But it's like it's hard because like some of these things that are on like in these books and all these other things that it's like it's hard to kind of believe them because it's like going off a magazine and hearing it say, oh, here's the stats of this. Oh, here's the stats of stuff like that. I mean, I could like for me personally, right? I couldn't sit up here and say that I believe in. You guys remember? And this is. I'm not trying to go off topic here. Y'all remember the guy who said something about the school shooting being fake? I forgot. He was on a podcast said it was.
Pew,
And
Jonathan. Pew. You gotta use You gotta use TikTok for your language,
What
okay?
is happening? All right, so listen, I just want you to slow down. Like right now,
my bad.
you've gotten
Oh my God, I can't. I'm so melanated, I can't.
100 sonic rings, and you are supersonic right now. Like you are moving a mile a minute. And we have to take this point by point because what's going on, from what I've observed in my short time here, lovingly, with respect, y'all don't understand how racism works. Okay? I'm going to start by saying this, like race was created specifically so that racism could exist. And racism was created specifically so that white supremacy could exist. And white supremacy was created specifically so that the rich planter class in Virginia, it was codified into law so that the rich people in Virginia, the planter class in the Virginia colony, could be protected. Okay? That has been the only mode of operation. That's been the only way we've done race or racism since its birth. It's only gone one way. Now, if you disagree with that, you will have to cite me the event or entity that reversed that paradigm.
Well, wouldn't it? Okay, so but besides using personal experience, because okay, and I like this is kind of like off topic here. I'd like to say personally, using that example earlier ago wasn't the best. I was just trying to like put in something because I don't like I said I don't believe in people saying about the magazine. I personally feel like all school
I don't know
shootings
what the
happen.
magazine has to do with anything. I'm going to say it one more time, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. The only way that we have ever done racism has been in one direction, through white supremacy. If you disagree with that, then you will have to find me the instance, event, entity, intervention, the whatever it was that changed that.
So that changed white supremacy.
Layla or Jonathan, can either of you find what has changed our mode of operation for racism?
So I have a great question. So wait, I have a great question. So you're saying that basically white supremacy has only been the only racism that's ever happened.
It's been the only way that we do racism.
So you're saying there's no other type of like people. Okay. So let me cut this short. Let me cut this real quick and simple.
Racism is not contingent upon evil. It's not contingent upon hate. You don't need hate. You don't need evil to do racism. The way we built the house was built on racism. So when we open a door, we're opening a racist door. When we turn on the faucet, we're pouring some racist water. Okay, that's the way we built the house. Can you tell me how we remodeled the house?
Okay, so I'm sorry, I kind of lost track of what you basically said, but to me, let me sum this up pretty much. Y'all's okay. So like I may be wrong, I may be right. Either way, like with the way y'all are saying racism, all my point is okay. All my point is.
Jonathan,
No.
I know you hear me, Jonathan. Don't make me mute you.
I mean, you really want to get the point out, but
I'm
just answer to my question.
No. I'm just trying to say this. I'm trying to sum this up here. Basically, I mean this. Y'all, okay, which y'all, like I said, y'all may be right, wrong, or about racism, but the word of definition. No. I'll let y'all finish. Y'all let me finish.
Grammy,
but you got to answer the question, Jonathan.
Okay, just give me some trust.
Let me answer here. Okay, basically, meaning that hey, y'all maybe, but what my point is, and what I'm trying to get across here, is that all races pretty much can get discriminated, and all races can pretty much just any race can get discriminated against. Hey, it may be true that that's just pretty much my interest. If you're just trying to say,
what
hey,
are you basing that off of?
My personal experiences, but you said don't bring that up, right?
Well, also the live literally says why people do not experience racism. So isn't the whole debate of the live is to debate like whether we do experience racism or not? Because that's literally what it says.
Yep, that's where we're going with this.
Yeah, well, that's because that's what the live says, though.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying. And she gave an example earlier ago about it. So it's like that's what I'm saying. She gave an example of about how. Okay, but
she gave an example of body shaming. She gave
that's not body shaming.
Bigotry and bullying and somebody being mean to her. She did not give an example of racism.
No, the reason I brought that up was because they used the phrase white, okay? And the reason I said that was because if roles were reversed and I used black, then that would be different, right?
Do you know why that is?
Why?
Do you know why it's more acceptable for us to do that than it is for...
It shouldn't be acceptable at all, period. It shouldn't be acceptable.
It's
but
history,
do you know why
pretty
it's
much.
racism for you, but not for us?
Why isn't that racist, though?
Okay, all right. The reason why is because the only mode of operation we've ever had for racism has been under white supremacy. It has only gone in one direction. This is why I started you all out on this path, because you need to get to one before you can get to two.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Like, I understand, but like the point is that
so then in order for it to be racist, for you not to be allowed to be disparaging to black people based on their race, right?
No, I honestly, I'm just confused because
or event that reversed the paradigm of racism under white supremacy.
Okay, so I have a good question for everyone in this system, right?
No, I would like an answer to my question, or I would like someone to tell me that they cannot find it.
Okay, what is exactly your question?
Because we need to be able to
That's the
agree on this
problem.
before we can move forward.
Neither of you have actually listened to his question. So
No,
be
I'm
quiet.
listening. It's
No,
just it
wait
sounds
a
like he's
minute.
making.
Be quiet and actually listen to the question. And if you don't understand the question, because I believe that's what's happening here, is that you don't understand the question. What you need to do is say, I don't understand what you're saying to me. Could you put it a little differently? And maybe Solid will, and maybe he won't, and someone else will have to try. But the reality is, neither one of you have even actually attempted to answer the question, because you haven't even attempted to hear the question, which is a big problem.
I do apologize. Repeat the question.
I also just asked him to like please repeat the.
Okay.
What the hell?
What is the event or action that was taken to make it so that racism is not a one-way street anymore?
Because people like okay, racism is being hatred towards another race. You shouldn't have to be a certain color to
No,
experience
racism
racism. No,
specifically
I'm answering your question. I'm
in
answering your
America,
question. I'm answering your question.
the world over, racism specifically, right? The world over
Yeah.
has been hatred of people of color, and not even hatred. Racism is not contingent upon hate. Racism happens all the time where there is no hate involved.
Then
Racism was developed specifically to oppress people of color. Full stop. Now, my question to you is, if you don't agree with that, which clearly you don't, then what changed it from that model?
so you're asking what changed basically, like how did everything change?
Right.
Okay, well I think it changed because once again, racism, like I said, I mean, if it's not hatred, then what is it? Like I don't understand because when someone's being let me just say this. When someone's being racist towards
None
another
of that is
person,
relevant
is that
until
not
you tell me
hatred?
whether or not, none of that is relevant until you tell me whether or not something has changed that model.
So what changed the model? Okay, so the generations, like, because history's in the past, that all happened
Okay, in
hundreds
what
of years
way?
ago.
In what way? Well, things from the past affect us all the time.
Well, things from the
So, in what
past.
way? In what way have generations changed it?
Well, okay. I wouldn't say that it necessarily changed because obviously there's always been racism, but I'm also
Hasn't always been
that's
racism. All
also
right,
proving that.
everybody mute up. We're gonna teach a quick class, and then y'all can
May the
goof off
fourth
and pretend like you don't
be
understand
with you,
what I'm
Solid.
saying. When I,
Pretend like I don't understand. I just simply don't understand, and I keep
that's
trying
fine.
to
You don't
answer your
understand.
question, and then
If
you're
you
not
want to
letting me
understand,
finish.
let me teach.
So,
If you want to understand, let me teach.
well, yeah, but I'm trying to answer your question so you can
Yeah,
probably
no, you can't. You can't answer my question.
you can hear what I'm
mute,
saying, so then you can understand where I'm coming.
And right now,
Thank you.
unfortunately, you have nothing you have to say is pertinent to the conversation. All right, racism. 1452, Gomez de Zurara, he writes a treatise or writes a survey of Africa, right, where he defames black people using climate theory, saying that the climate in Africa makes black people inherently lazy, inherently hyperviolent, inherently hypercritical. Fast forward to 1676, following Bacon's Rebellion, race is codified into law where black people become inheritable, okay, and they become slaves in perpetuity. All right, black people are immediately, indigenous people are immediately relegated to second class citizenry, right, with no more mobility. All right, now when slavery ends, we got the convict lease system, the black codes, and the pig laws that reshape slavery. Okay, we have Jim Crow, we have segregation, we have redlining, right, where the NCRC estimates that 74% of redline neighborhoods are still as segregated today as they were in the 1930s. Okay, we have food insecurity, we have education access being blocked off, access to accruing wealth is blocked off. All right, all of these things done by and large to people of color, specifically because they are people of color, specifically to be advantageous to white people. That is how racism has worked. Oppression is a one-way street. Okay. If you don't agree with that, then you have to find me the instance, the intervention, the activity, the policy, the procedure, the practice, the law that changed that paradigm. Until you can do that, then you are not capable of being oppressed as an oppressor, because the oppression goes one way.
Okay, so let me say this because I got to kind of wrap this up here. Pretty much here, right? Either way, everyone has lived different lives. And yes, you did say don't bring up personal experiences and all that stuff. And everyone has their different opinions about things. Personally to me, I don't want nobody interrupting me here. But personally to me, I feel like even if the actual wording or whatever it is that white people cannot experience racism, I still feel like nobody can sit up here and say that they cannot be
Last
discriminated.
year, racial stratification exacerbated by $49,000. The racial wealth gap is now $240,000 between median black households and median white households. Black women or black birth givers are still 5 times more likely to lose their lives during labor and delivery than any other demographic. Pulse oximeters are not reading on black skin. These same neighborhoods that were redlined in the 1930s are still just as segregated because no intervention was put into place to bring them out of that segregation. College access to accruing wealth, right? These things are still happening because of it, right? Like we're overrepresented in the prison population. These are macro level. These are large scale manifestations of racism.
Okay, let's hear. If you want
These are
to,
macro level, large scale manifestations of racism. I don't care that Johnny at the Quick Trip got slapped by a fish and then called the N-word. I don't care. Okay?
Okay.
Look at the large scale, macro level racial disparities. That is the proof that we need. Oftentimes, hate is not a component, so I don't care about hate. I don't want to hear about hate, ire, any of that. It doesn't matter. It's not. It's because the house was built on racism.
Okay. Let me say something because you interrupted me when I finished. Either way, I have to go. I appreciate this debate and I love and I have no hatred for anyone. At the end of the day, we all do have different opinions here, but at the end of the day, I still feel like it can happen to anybody, even if the wording or the definition, if I'm wrong, I still feel like any race or anybody can be discriminated against and anybody can be racist. Even I can't argue with the stats on you, like all this other stuff that you're saying, because I don't really look into that type of stuff. But I'm just going off my personal opinions. Even though you said that, but personally, I just can't always believe everything on the media or what goes down. Cool. If that's what you've experienced and you've experienced other things, I believe if anyone in this place, if they've experienced racism, well, I am so sorry that you've been through that, and I hope, and I hope one day I could probably see, and I can probably see it in your own shoes. If I can't, that's fine. Either way, I respect y'all and thank y'all for this debate. At the end of the day, it's been good. I love this, and I mean, I hope to see y'all in the next debate. If not, that's fine.
What do you love about combing through black trauma? Like, what do you love about that?
What?
You heard me. I said, what do you love about combing through black trauma? What is it there to love about that? And invalidating.
You said love. You said love what?
You said I love this. You said this is a good debate. I love this. What is there to love about combing through, invalidating black trauma and having us comb through our triggers?
Okay, well, I apologize. On my end, I apologize on my end for saying that. I'm just trying to piece this out here, and I'm trying to balance because at the end of the day, I do have to wake up. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. To go to work. I mean, I'm not here.
You don't have to announce your departure. Bye. Holla at you.
Okay. Well, ma'am, if you feel that way, that's fine.
Be gone. Be gone.
Okay,
Holla at you.
let me finish.
Bye. No, bye. Bye.
Have a good day, Jonathan.
Bye. Damn.
Right. Did Blake Nostick get to speak yet?
Not yet.
Unfortunately, no. But I do want to say what an exercise in conversation, Olympics and gymnastics and ice skating and curling too. From all of you, I applaud you all. But I'm gonna narp real quick. My name is Blake No Stick, the No Sticks of West Texas. I am 38 years old. My pronouns are they, and I am blackity black. White privilege is real. Most certainly, white privilege is real. You know, while y'all was having this conversation, I was just sitting here just to pondering out here on this western night, looking at this big old sky, and I was just thinking, has there ever been a predominantly black legislative body, right, that wrote legislation that explicitly and proudly was designed to prevent white people from progression in society? And then also, was there a predominantly black populace that would act violence in order to uphold said legislation? And you know what I came up with? So melanated, I tell you, I came up with never not a one law in this here universe. I couldn't think of not a one. Matter of fact, I don't think any of us could think of one. And in that in itself, that is a privilege. The fact that one can exist without being oppressed because of their race, yeah, that's a privilege in itself. White people do not experience racism. Now, here's the thing. I know us black people cannot racism, no chocodillions, but here's the thing. My God tells me in Philippians 4, verse 4, chapter 13, that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And so what I'm doing is I'm out here trying to be that black supremacist. See, when my go slower, I can't go no slower than this. I'm just saying. Anyhow, back to it. Where was I? So did you hear last thing I said? I got ADHD, brother. You're not capable of being racist, but that's not going to stop. Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, brother. So I'm out here. I'm teaching my dog to bark at all the white people, right? To bark at all of them that pass by our house. You know, another thing that I'm doing, I just told, see, I have 2 black biracial children, and I have a YT partner. And you know what I told my black biracial children and my YT partner in the car today? I said that mommy and daddy's marriage is inherently anti-black. And we had a conversation about that as a family. So I'm really working on this here white supremacy thing here. All I'm asking is that if y'all start feeling some systemic impacts to anything that I do, please let me know, because I'd like to start documenting them, because in order to have black supremacy culture, we have to have worship of random notes taken by a madman. I'll land my plane.
All right, thank you. Lala?
Yeah, I'm just confused why is it Layla?
Yeah.
I'm confused on what you confused about.
I'm just simply confused about how people are saying white people do not experience racism because it
You don't.
literally can go both
Okay. Time
ways.
out. All right. No, it can't. Shut up, Cheer. And you shut up too. Be quiet. Go back on mute.
Tell
Go
people
back
what
on
you
mute. Go back on mute.
experience.
Girl, go on mute. Go on
You
mute.
don't.
Go on mute. Please, white woman.
You
Thank
literally
you.
don't.
White woman, please.
Stop
White
interrupting.
woman.
Black girl,
White
please.
woman. White.
Hey,
Hold
Harry.
on. I got
Stop
me. I got me.
overspeaking
And
her,
I got
I
me.
everyone.
So if
got
you could
me.
just
I
shut
got
Everyone
your
me.
shit.
stop overspeaking her. Stop it.
So
Go ahead.
you see how I call her a white woman and how her racist ass
Oh,
just sat over
true. You
here and called
racist
me
too,
a
then.
girl. Shut the fuck up with your pink
Should.
ass.
You
Please
should.
be
You
quiet.
should, you musty bitch.
Oh, you the one who stink. Y'all the ones who don't wash
You
your
the one who
asses.
stink, baby. You.
You done? Thank you. See?
I
There
dropped
you go
her.
right there.
Don't know if you
See?
wanted her dropped, but I dropped her.
There you go right there. See, hurt feelings do not equate racism. Just because I hurt your little frail feelings does not equate racism. Just because I call you pink will not have you swinging in a tree. But you could call me an N-word and I will. Shut up, little girl. Please.
I didn't even say nothing.
Please.
What the hell?
Just stay on mute. Please stay. You. And how you get to sit around and cosplay black people. What is this?
Cosplay? I'm sorry.
What is
I'm actually half
this?
black, first of all. I'm Guyanese. You don't know
What
nothing
is
about me, so don't even talk
this?
about
What
me.
is this? What is
What
this?
is what?
These are
What are you looking
these
at?
are lip fillers.
Bro, I'm 18. Why would I have lip fillers?
Lip
Those are my
fillers.
natural lips, you dumbass. Have you
No, they're not.
also there's a filter.
Can
You
I finish?
Hold on a second. I'm half
Can I
Guyanese. Like,
finish?
let's stop for a second. I'm half Guyanese. Guyana is a country. Guyana is not a racial. So when you say half Guyanese, what do you mean?
No, like my mother is full Guyanese. She's full
But Guyanese,
Jamaican.
what
Okay,
Guyanese?
Guyanese
No
is like
Guyanese,
I know,
African,
I know what's
Afro
wrong,
Guyanese, white Guyanese. There's 5 races in
Nanya.
Guyana.
Exactly. You
What
see?
Guyanese are you talking about?
Nanya,
Nonya, look at the difference.
I'm so confused on like
Nanya,
what you're
Nanya.
talking about right now.
My
Because
brethren,
the last
look
girl
at
that
what
was on
happened.
here,
That's
you
why she
called her
got them lips
racist for
like
calling
that.
you black.
Because them lips look like this. That's why she got them lips like that. That right there. You
Lips
see
like
them
what?
lips
Are you
right
just
there?
mad
You
you
see
don't have
them?
no lips or
You
what?
see them? The lips don't lie. I'm starting to feel your vibe.
I was born with these, baby.
Oh, you got them. Boy, Mwah. Can you do
I was
that?
born with
Let me
these
hear
soup
it. Do it.
coops.
You have Guyanese.
You know what else
Do
I
it.
can do too? I can do that.
Like, what's your race? Indo Guyanese? Are you Afro Guyanese? Are you
I
white
can do
Guyanese?
that too,
Are you
partner.
Okay, can I?
No, because I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished though. But see, and you see how you got so you see how you got so triggered. You got so triggered. It's, oh my gosh. Okay, you got it.
Now
You
you're
got it,
going
white
for
girl.
looks. It's
You got
funny.
it. You got it. You got it, white girl. You got it. I'll let her privilege just go ahead. You got it, white girl. Go ahead, white girl. Pop your shit.
So, Layla, remain muted for a second. Because I know, was Blake, did you have something you were trying to say?
Oh yeah, here's the thing. Here's what I don't understand. Why are you a whole chocodile larvae up here antagonizing black woman and AFAB people? Don't you have a school supplies to buy, like them bulletproof little pieces of plastic you put inside your backpack? Don't you got to start training in the off season? You better start doing them yo-yos down the football field and hitting that elliptical.
Okay, well, to answer your question, I don't even know if that was a question or if it was an insult, but first of all, the black girl up here, she was just coming for me for my look.
I'm not a girl. First of all, I'm a
You literally
grown-ass
are a
woman.
girl, bro.
I am a grown-ass woman.
Okay, my bad. You're over.
And you are a little girl. And you see how you got you got a nice tone when you talk to the man, but you want to try to check me.
Because you're not letting me talk. Maybe that's why. Like, what? You're not
It was
letting
my
me talk at
turn to
all.
fucking speak. It was my damn turn to speak.
Girl,
That's
you
the
just
problem.
came
Oh
up
my
to
God.
me. What
Stop
the
calling me a
hell?
girl. Stop calling me a girl. White girl.
Then
Stop
stop
calling
Layla,
me a
calling me white
girl.
girl, black girl. The fuck?
Layla,
You are a little girl. And stop calling me a girl because that shit is racist. Stop playing with me, little girl.
How is that
what you're
racist to
You
doing,
call
are
you
a
a
Layla,
girl?
you
What
Layla,
the hell?
you are a
What
child
the
to me.
because you don't
You
even
are
got
a
your
child
job.
to me.
That's racist because I called you a.
Yes.
Yes, it is. And if you would be quiet, people would be able to explain that to you. But
Okay,
instead,
I'll be
you
quiet.
keep.
Just explain.
Well, no, you're gonna be quiet. Is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I just said I am.
I'm
So
not
shut up.
going to explain it to you. Instead, what I'm gonna do, since you're being such a
Girl.
is encourage you to go and educate your damn self and look into what microaggressions are and exactly why what you are doing is microaggressive. And then if you think that anybody here is wrong about your behavior, you come back and you tell me. But I'm pretty sure that when you do the research into what you are being told, you will find that your behavior is embarrassing.
Okay, I'm sorry for my behavior.
I'm not done speaking. Also, to be clear, there's 5 races in the United States: white, black, Asian, indigenous, and Pacific Islander. White, black, Asian, indigenous, Pacific. Yep, that's 5. 5 races in the United States. So Guyanese ain't it. As you were trying to be explained, but you would not be quiet. You cannot overspeak people. You cannot be disrespectful to people. And you calling a black woman a girl is disrespectful. And I encourage you to look into why and not say it again. Don't question it. Just go do your research and don't do it again. Especially up here. I think Nunya had something to say, and then Shania.
I was almost finished. I was
Oh
almost
yeah,
finished.
well I'm saying after you. Yes, after you, Nunya, and then Shania. I'm not sure if Melnated's here, but they'll correct that if they want it different.
But
You
yeah,
go
I just
ahead.
wanted to ask Blake, Noya, and Shania, where they sell black.
What happened?
What happened?
Hang on, you guys. I just got flagged. I'm gonna restart like right away.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. Everybody follow quickly for Shan's live.
Happy trails.
Bye.